back to another episode of Icewindale,
Of
Rime of the
which? Of
Frostmaiden.
Wow.
Wild, it's Wild Beyond the Frostmaiden.
Wild Beyond the Icedale.
That's it.
To which
All
that
right.
maiden.
Hey, it's been a week. Give me a break. But yes, we are back and finally settling the score with a certain cold-hearted killer of Icewindale. That's right. The party has finally tracked down the murderer, and not only that, you've got irrefutable proof that it is Sefik. In fact, he even himself admitted to it at this point. Once you finally cornered him, you also wrapped up the part about finding the one responsible for these bribes, people getting out of the lottery by bribing the speaker of the town. Turns out it was the speaker who was accepting these, and he's going to have to pay for those crimes now. It seems like a fitting punishment is to send him out as a sacrifice to Auriel in place of the person who was going to be sent out. But we'll come to his sentence in a minute. For now, you have found out who the cleric should have been who bribed him. So he was last seen going towards the stables. So you rushed off trying to get to him before the murder took place. But it had taken a while, almost like an hour, to tally up all these names and figure out the ones which were missing from the lottery. And it seems during that time, although you had a brief period to take a breath and re-don your armor, seems as though that was all the time needed for Sefik to do his dirty work. And as you arrive at the scene of the crime, you can see him literally just cleaning the icy blade in his hands. There is a dead body laying in blood-ridden straw. And you are with Captain Imdra Arlagath, who has also wanted to get to the bottom of this for quite some time. And here, I'll drag you to the map. So you've surrounded him. He's in the third kind of stable along. And as he turned to you, you see again those eyes like chips of cold blue ice. And you had a brief conversation with him. Seemed to deliver this sort of soliloquy, going over the words and all the meanings behind the word kill. And he found out it was kind of fascinating that he had all these names, different names: infanticide, regicide, murders, execution, but there was no real word that sort of described his work. He thought it was perhaps maybe an execution, but there was no sentence, no law or kingly proclamation, no justice, and certainly not for any greater good. And you start to see there is another kind of ghostly sort of light behind their eyes as they speak. And they said that Auriel is no benevolent being. Oh gods, no. She is nature's vengeance incarnate. She is the blizzard, the storm, the lightning strike. She is inescapable. There is no hope. And after you confronted him about this particular murder, he said that we will all feel the embrace of Auriel soon enough. To think otherwise is insanity. And with that, he sort of brandishes two blades of ice. This time, one seems to be like that of a long sword, and the other a smaller, sharpened icicle-like dagger that glints in this firelight. And I'm going to ask everyone present to roll initiative, as it seems he's ready for a fight. Captain Imdra draws her heavy crossbow. She just has that ready in state. Actually, got a pair of a long sword and a short sword, so she probably draw those, considering he's kind of drawn melee weapons. And we will roll for Ashanti, as she is Not quite here, but on the way. Oh, well, oh my goodness. Natural
Oh
20
no.
to start.
We're all gonna die.
Yeah, that's how it goes. Seven Caldro was ready from the start. Ashanti is not far behind, though. Oh, boy. Okay. So, let me just change up the music. You can feel a cold in the air as these weapons are drawn, almost like they have crystallized around his fists to form these deadly weapons. And you can see there's this kind of cloudy hue around them, like they're so cold they're freezing the air around them. And with that, he rushes straight forward, leaving like a puff of smoke as he lunges into the fight. And this is how you guys have kind of been positioned, but just seems like you're haphazardly in the front there, Geist. It's unfortunate.
I blame the ghost.
You blame the ghost. Okay.
Yep.
Well, it seems as though he is going to strike at both of you anyway. Regardless, he's such a wide swing that the dagger is going to like clip 607, whereas the longsword is like coming from your flank, guys. So I'm going to start with that. Okay, here it comes.
That's a hit.
It is.
And
Yep,
that's
that's
me.
what I thought.
And that's me unconscious. Or on death's
Well,
door.
Death's Door, yeah. Holy shit! I knew this guy would be
Wow.
tough. Yep. This blade, as it slices through you, you can't feel the cut. In fact, your wound is numbed as the freezing ice almost completely seals the wound shut in that instance. The ice that kind of grips you, it feels like it floods through your very veins and freezes your blood still. And you fall down onto one knee from the sheer shock factor. And you are on death's door. Second, as I mentioned, the dagger comes towards your side there, 607. And that's also going to be a hit, unless you got anything.
No, I can't do.
Okay, that dagger, similarly, it doesn't leave as much of a cut as the longsword, but it certainly has the same chilling factor. You see icicles run over your metallic exterior. They just form in freezing patterns, like six-pointed snowflakes have just etched their way over your arm, and it goes completely numb. You can hardly feel it, and that is, well, it's going to end his go. Ashanti is up. She is going to quickly get into a position to flank with... I'm going to go with 607 this time. And I guess the first thing she would have done is definitely rush into a rage, but the battles of earlier have really exhausted her. And as such, she only has the strength to wield the halberd. Let's go with a slicing attack with the halberd. Yeah, that's gonna hit.
Nice.
And not only does it hit, it hits hard because she got the slicing property to activate. So as she hacks down, you see his own blood like spill out and across the floor. But it's
Did that
his
only
blood.
Did that only
looks-
do 2 damage?
um,
Oh no, 12 and then 2.
no.
I would, yeah, 14.
It definitely did 14 in total. The 2 is from the necrotic, which is when you basically he's left like this bleeding wound across his
Oh.
chest. So that's the halberd slicing property coming in for extra damage. She can also do a couple of other things. She's got, as a bonus action, she could do ensnaring
I mean,
and attempt to effectively like disarm him. Or she could try and knock him prone. It's just a couple of options. What do you want? What do you think what would you like me to do for her?
The
Okay.
disarming sounds nice.
Yeah,
Yeah. I'll attempt to disarm him then. So, when you hit with an ensnaring weapon, you use your bonus action to attempt a uh, a disarm. So, she's gonna make a athletics check, I believe. Or is it acrobatic? I'll just double check. It's been a while since I've done the disarm. Yeah, it is. Okay. So yeah, a creature can use its weapon attack to knock another weapon out of the target's grasp. The first target makes an athletics check, which is versus the only an 8 versus Cephalic Caltro's acrobatics in this case. And it'll be just a check for him because he's not proficient. Just makes it. So it's a bit of a clumsy like knock with the halberd, but he seems so proficient and precise with his weapons that they almost like adhere to his hand, like they're frozen stuck to it. But that's going to end Ashanti's go. It is Barry's.
So I'm a bonus action X.
Yep. Go ahead and cast a spell and target him. Don't forget.
Yeah. So I don't think he actually takes that damage.
No, he doesn't. It's when you hit him.
It's when I hit him.
Yeah.
But you see this thorny crown appear on his head. And then I'm gonna zip zap him.
Okay.
Hopefully.
Oh, that's a crit. Oh, nice. Good damage.
For 12 plus a d6.
Plus, well, we can use the d6 from earlier if you'd like, because that's max damage too.
Yeah, sure. And
Nasty.
this crown on his head, and as soon as it hits him, you see the crown sort of like thorns spike into his head. And he also gets knocked back 10 feet and is slowed down by 10 feet.
Yeah. Okay.
Can I use
Lance of lethargy.
Yeah, can I use my movement to basically move forward, grab Geist, and pull him back?
Yeah, you could pull him back.
So 10 feet forward, and then
you could make him back like 10 feet.
Yeah, pretty much. So move him like, yeah, just out of the way.
Any further?
No.
You can go back to another. Okay.
I think
yeah, you're a dwarf. Yeah.
I can't move him any further just because
All
I
right.
only have 25
That's fine
feet.
then.
That's my turn.
Okay. In that case, we move on to 607.
Okay. I am going to move up here, so I'm sort of directly in line with him. And then I wasn't going to do this, but he hit me and I didn't like that, so I'm going to try to hit him back.
Okay.
Oh. It says I don't have any spell slots left, but it's showing that I have all my things. But I think I did use all my spell slots.
Yeah,
I think
no,
I did
it
use
says
all
you're
my spell
empty.
slots last session. Yeah.
Mm. Oh, man.
Never mind. Then just to be sure, I'll hit him with this one instead. It's not as good.
Ooh.
Maybe it'll hit.
Necrotic damage. Yeah, you see him like grip onto his chest as his wound begins to rot away slightly.
And just in case, he cannot regain hit points until the start of my next turn.
Yeah.
And I'm gonna use the rest of my movement. I have no sorcery points left. Yada, yada, got it. Okay. Yeah, use the rest of my movement to. How far did I go? Oh, I have that far. Get out here.
Okay.
Try to.
Wealgeist, you're up.
Right, so it's actually my first time at Desktop, I think, that where I've actually had my
It
turn in it
is.
anyway, so...
So let me just change your. There you go. So yeah, just so you know, you can have the rules. I don't want anyone to be confused as to what happens, so I'm revealing those rules to you just to double check you know what happens. Any time you take damage, it could be lethal. You'd make a
Yeah.
con save, and you gain a level of exhaustion.
Right.
Also, you are prone, but you can get up from prone if you
Yeah,
like.
so I will use half my movement to get up from prone.
Okay.
The remaining half of my movement, just sort of back away a little bit.
As you back away and you can look down and see the wound that you suffered, he's actually punctured, or sorry, should I say sundered through your armor. And you'll notice that's why your AC's dropped a little bit.
Which for me is basically like not wearing any armor at the moment, because it's leather.
Yeah, he's like cut it, and like it's broken, and it might be repairable, but just so you know, yeah, that's that little symbol there. That's what that means.
And then, I guess I won't get sneak attack on this, but I'm just gonna shoot him. So
that is a hit. Similar to you, doesn't seem to be wearing any armor, just sort of this mariner's outfit. But yeah, sinks into him.
I'm actually, I'm gonna bonus action, just to get a bit further away.
Okay. Not a bad shout. Right up against the door of the lavatory right there.
Yep.
Okay, Hulla, you're up.
Okay. Well, does Sefik look injured at all?
Yeah, he does.
Okay.
Got a bolt sticking out of him. Oh, sorry, an arrow rather. He's taken that heavy blast from Barritomus, and he's got this crown over his head whilst his wound rots. Like, he's taken a lot.
Okay. So first thing I'm going to do is cast Spare the Dying on Geist.
You need to get just a little bit closer, but you can go if you just...
I'll move 5 feet closer, 10 feet closer, whatever it is.
Yeah, that'll do.
Because there's 30-foot range, oops.
And that puts me on...
If you target him, it should actually heal him as you cast it, so that'll heal him up. It's a bonus action.
Bonus action?
Very nice.
Yay.
And then, how much movement do I have still?
Should have 20 feet.
I can get, I will get over here.
Yep.
And attack with my Warhammer as an action.
Okay, nice. I like it. Getting up in the face of the killer.
I've got 17 whole hit points and I'm feeling strong.
Looking at the face of the man who once saved you from the cold.
Yep. Well, this is not him anymore.
Now being used as a puppet by some malevolent spirit. That is a hit.
It did target him.
Okay, I did it not through the damage. That's odd. You should be able to just click the damage if it popped up in the chat.
Yeah, it did.
Alright.
Come on.
Nice. Okay, so
and
7.
and I'm gonna growl at him just for good measure.
Well, with that bludgeoning damage to the face really clocks him and wounds him. You see blood splatter across the snow. And yeah, he's looking bloodied. Okay. Looks back at you, and yeah, there is just that cold, remorseless look. Okay, Captain Indra, similar fashion, is going to have to run up to here. She's a veteran, so she knows how to get into a good position and trying to flank him. Just check, actually, that was... Yeah, okay. So she's going to bring out the short sword first. Try for a quick strike to catch him off guard. Oh, God, she just crit. Oh, my lord. Well, that's a lot of damage. That is nasty. Straight from the back, you see this blade like shoved straight through him. And that would kill a man, normally. And he just looks down at the wound, and there seems to be some sort of unholy magic keeping this body alive and puppeteered even through death as this blade shoved through his chest. With that, he's going to bring it out and then swing around the longsword. Yeah, that connects too. Not as hard a hit. He maybe tries to parry it, but it kind of cuts through and still manages to slice him a bit. And Brandee, welcome.
Thank you so much. I apologize for being late.
No, that's not a problem. Okay. Barry, yeah.
Yeah, by the way, he's hexed on strength.
Gotcha.
In case we're
Okay.
trying to knock him down.
Barry, he looks up at you after you just delivered that crit to him, and his eyes kind of narrow into these sharp icicles. There's so much blood in his mouth. You can see him. You can see him about to mouth something before suddenly you see a swirl of ice and snow around him just kick up.
Uh-oh.
And he suddenly appears right next to you. Feel a cold wind press up against you. As soon as that happens, out of the snow, this flurry of attacks comes striking towards you. Let's see. Oops, I right-clicked the wrong thing, but that should still be the same sort of damage. Okay, yep.
15 just...
Just hits. Concentration, still holding that.
Yeah.
And as he's...
Oh no.
As he drives the sword into you, he looks at you and says, You're just as guilty as the others. Try to bribe your way out of the lottery.
No, I was trying to learn, but okay. You're just gonna stab me anyway. Okay.
He does just stab you. Oh,
No.
That's a miss.
Okay. He's not gonna take damage, but for the flair of it, as he goes to do that, I contract the crown on his head.
Oh, right. Like pinching into him.
Yeah, which throws him off balance.
He actually does stagger backwards, and you would get an attack of opportunity if you had anything you had in your hand.
I do.
Okay. Clock him with a light hammer. Ow. That's also sundered his armor as well, if he had them. No, he doesn't have armor, so...
And staggering is another option.
Staggering only if you hit him a 5 or above. So if you hit like with a 17, that would have staggered him.
Okay.
But yeah, as you clock him round the chin as he staggers away, he looks incredibly injured. He like spins around, seeing the door, opens it, and is actually going to use enough movement to get inside as well. And yeah, you hear the kind of slam of the door behind him. That's going to end his go. It is Ashanti's go. And I wanted to ask you previously, Brandee, what does Bits do? What would you have commanded them to do during this?
Their job is to guard. So I drop my backpack and anything that's encumbering me, and she lays across it. And anybody else who wants to drop something, then she'll lay across it and guard your stuff. So that I'm fighting with as little encumbrance as possible.
You got it. All right, it's your turn now.
Okay.
You aren't raging, but
no,
you haven't got
I
any.
wanted to ask you really quick. I have 0 rages on my sheet, but I thought I only raged once last time. I raged once and adrenaline dashed once. Am I misremembering that?
Let me try and remember as well. You definitely did one. I know that much.
I know, and
That was,
we-
and you
we were-
didn't do one before, did you?
right, because I did an adrenaline rush
Hmm.
because I was trying to get to the door to warn Geist in 607.
Did you go down at one point, come back up, and then rage again, or was
Maybe that was it. Okay, that's fine.
possibly?
I'm going to
Can't remember.
bonus action adrenaline rush and try to go through that door that he just went through.
Yeah, you can get up to the door. There is
Is-
a blockage as you try to push it. He's either on the other side or he has done something to barricade it.
All right, then, just like in The Princess Bride, I am going to try to crash through the door.
Okay, yeah, give me a strength athletics check.
All right, and this is with disadvantage because I have a level of exhaustion, right?
No, it should just be -1 is all, rather
Oh,
than dis.
okay.
And that's already calculated, so whatever you roll should
Okay.
be the correct result.
All right, come on, roll. Ability check.
You can see the blood-stained. Ooh, 4.
Ugh, that's
8.
not
It should have been plus your athletics, which is an extra 2, but 10 is not enough. There is something
Okay.
heavy and like wooden. You can hear it like clatter against it on the other
Okay.
side.
All
But-
right.
It's not going to do it.
Can I use my point of inspiration that I got to try again?
Yeah, you can actually. Yep. Go ahead, roll athletics. Try
Oh.
again.
Oh, I'm sorry. You want me to roll athletics or strength?
Strength athletics, yeah. Athletics is it's probably the better bet.
Okay. All right. So
Go ahead, re-roll that.
and normal. Ah,
No, that's a lot better still. Trust me. 16 will actually do it. If it was anyone else rolling a 10, maybe they would have just sprained their ankle. But Ashanti, how do you kick down the door? Or do you
I-
just shoulder barge it?
I just I'm running it just like in The Princess Bride when Fezzik goes wham with his palm and pops it open.
Nice. I think this door sort of snaps as well as you do it. And you can see what was stopping you. There was this big bench, the one that you both shared a lunch on, or supper rather, later in the evening.
Okay.
But it's been used as a barricade, and the bloodstains in this room, you can see he probably hasn't gone far because they don't lead away.
Okay. Then
You just step over it
Can
and
I
into the room.
finish my I was gonna say, can I finish my adrenaline rush in the room?
Yeah,
Or
definitely, yeah.
okay. So I will come into the room. There's 10 feet. And oh, he is right there.
You
Okay,
can hear him panting heavily.
Right.
The blood has led you straight to him.
Okay. I'm gonna say there is nowhere left to run. Surrender.
Surrender. That's not an option.
It's no other choices. There is no other choices. So I guess that's my turn because I used my action to break the door down.
Yep.
And then I did my bonus action to
Yeah.
adrenaline rush.
That would be it. He just says, I'll serve Oral to my last breath. Barritomus, your turn.
So I'm still trying to learn the spell, but technically on the attack of opportunity, my hex would have kicked in for then. I thought it was only spells, but it just says whenever you hit with an attack.
Yeah, that's true, actually.
It would have been
Yeah,
an
you can
extra D6.
Yeah, roll another d6.
Yeah.
Yeah, take that. All right, I've done that.
3, 4. Oh, it's there. 5. And I'll just hit him with another. What's that? Another nat 20.
Oh my god, another crit! Okay, we're going to death's door on this one.
And then he would take an extra. Wait, is hex doubled as well?
Yeah, it would be. But you have done enough damage that he is like downed already on this single attack. Do you want to repel him as well, or are you going to keep him
Yeah, I'll push him right into the corner.
right up against the corner? Okay.
Just in case something pops out of him.
Damn, the nat 20s, guys. You've hit 3 of them in this combat alone, which is incredibly lucky. But yeah, you see him boom slammed up against the wall. You can hear the whole stable shake, and snow sifts from the ceilings and the beams above.
Does anything pop out of him?
He has fallen back and sort of slid down for a moment, and you can see this cold breath exhaling from him. But he is not dead. You can see his eyes look up and are staring directly at yours, Barritomus. For any other man, you'd see his body is broken, it is bleeding out, but somehow this flesh, this skeleton is being still piloted somehow by whatever ghostly force is exhaling from his mouth.
Alright, that's all I can do then.
Yep. 607, you're up.
Okay, well, I can't see him,
No.
so I will move 15 feet here. See, I can't see him still. 5 more feet.
You'll need to get to like the door, or at least inside, to actually see him, because from where that
Yeah, I
sound
can't see
is, yeah, he got really tucked up in the corner.
Yeah, I can't see him. So I'll go 15 feet here, and then I'm gonna head towards the body.
Okay.
And that's my
And what
turn.
would you like to do? Anything else with it?
No, because I had to
Feel
use
like-
my dash action to get to the body.
Yeah. Okay. All right. You stand over the body. There's another blade of ice sort of stuck in him that was either summoned before or utilized. Geist, it's your turn.
Right, so I will bonus action dash in order to get into the room. Then
Rogues.
still standing.
Fast.
It'll be at disadvantage, but I assume prone will automatically take that into account. So
Yeah. Should be. Yeah, it did.
Still hits though.
It does. Okay. As the arrow sinks into the body, you can see it like sort of like jerk, and kind of go limp. There's no attempt to dodge it, but I'm gonna roll the death blow resistance. He needs to roll a. Well, hold on 1 second. Let me just make sure he's got a level of exhaustion. Okay, that way it calculates it correctly. All right. Here we go. So he's just going to roll DC 10 for this first one.
Ooh.
And there it is. So he's got a 13 there in total. It looks like it's not done the -1 from exhaustion, but that's fine. So basically he got a 12 in total, given that he's got 1 level from you knocking him down. But like once again, it's like you're shooting a dead body that's just being puppeteered by unseen strings. You really need to either, you don't know, maybe like completely cut this thing to ribbons before the ghost finally seeps through the cracks. But
so now
that's going to be up to you guys.
So he now has another 2 levels of exhaustion, though, right?
That's correct. Yes. So I would make sure he's got those 2. Hulla, your turn.
Okay, let's see. I'm going to move. How much time distance have I got? I can move just into the entrance of the doorway.
Okay.
And I will stand just to the side. And I don't have anything that I can do. Let's see.
Oh.
Can I hold an action if he comes out this way?
Yeah. You could hold your warhammer ready at the doorway.
I'll hold up my warhammer ready at the doorway.
No problem. Okay. Captain Imdra likely has to get right in.
Actually, wait. Can I see him from
No.
where I am? I can't see him.
Afraid
Where I am.
not.
All right.
There you
Never mind.
got
Yep.
He deliberately tried to get into the cover of the doorway, and then Barry pushed him even further into that corner.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so I'm holding my action.
All right. The long arm of the law rushes around the corner, short sword and not long sword drawn. This is where it ends, killer. For all the lives you've taken. And Sevek looks up. Blood just dribbling down his front. He stands up, says, "Those lies. They cheated death. I merely right the wrongs." And he says, "Auriel's power. That's what's truly inescapable. The cold will claim you all." And as he says that, you see him kind of inhale that cold, that misty air, and it sort of, you can see the like this glowing blue light that inhales down his throat. You can see his veins sort of pulse with this blue light that flows through it, and as it does, you can see the wounds also kind of freeze over, almost giving him like this frostbite-like effect. And he stands back up, almost breathing this life back into him. He regains 5 hit points.
Wow.
Yep. And following that, the veins that are kind of glowing, they reach all the way down his wrists. They're sort of exposed. You can see in the artwork here. Yeah, have another. Yeah, I like this. Show this. This, you can see where his like sleeves are rolled up. The veins kind of pulse with blue before they reach his wrists. They flow up into his fingertips, and then he fires them out towards you. His hands becoming like icicles aimed directly in your line. So I'm gonna fire a spell. It's gonna hit. Let's see. How many of you? Looks like I can hit 3 of you. Yeah, we'll do it there. I know it looks a bit jank on the thing, but okay. I need you guys to roll con saves.
Glad I moved him out of the way.
Yeah, I know.
Not that
If
it
you
would
hadn't
matter
blasted
for
him
me
back,
anyway.
Doesn't look it would.
Well, I'm on 1 HP, so unless somehow he can do no damage from it.
Okay, and Hulla, that's weird. I don't know why. Oh yeah, Hulla, you didn't need to roll. It was just hitting
Oh, okay.
the 3 kind of in the 15 foot in front of him.
All right.
So
I can't see where he is.
oh, that's all right. That's all of the saving throws. Didn't do damage, did it?
No.
Okay, all right.
Well,
You take 7 cold damage, all of you, I think.
yeah.
Yeah, none of you passed.
And I'm on 2. But yeah.
-7 to you. -7 to you. And something else. Let me double check. With frost fingers. Yep. On a failed save, you see the ice that's kind of almost like wrapped around you and kind of encased your perhaps like lower half, or even around like your shoulders, making them kind of stiff. It feels like you're brittle. It feels like you too could be shattered in a moment. And you become vulnerable to the next bludgeoning damage taken until the end of turn.
Ooh.
Which he will actually move up and follow that up with a bonus action. Actually, could use my bonus action for something else as well.
That's another attack? What?
Let me think. We haven't got far. Okay. Alright, in that case, instead of that, he's going to bonus action do the same thing before, when you saw Barry sort of get jumped. Gonna Misty Step. get over to here. He's gonna run to the door once again, slam it shut behind him, and that's gonna end his go. It is Ashanti's go again.
Oh my god.
Yep. Are you muted there, Brandee?
I'm sorry. I said I guess I'm going to follow.
Yep,
And
okay.
is the door barricaded like last time? I mean,
You rush up
literally.
to the door. This time, you can feel his weight up against the door. Once again, he's
Okay.
like wrestling. He's trying to hold it against you. But yeah, you can
Okay.
hear him on the other side.
You got this.
And I'm going to try to out athletics him. So,
ahead.
all right. So I'm going to roll. Hopefully this is
Mhm.
going to roll
And he'll
okay.
be at disadvantage for it because of Hex.
Okay, so 18.
True. Yeah, you
Minus
shove the
4.
door open, and he kind of staggers back from it,
Okay.
giving you the moment to strike.
Okay, then I'm going to because I won't be able to do slicing in a doorway because my halberd would hit the lintel. So I'm going to do halberd piercing, puncturing. All right, so come on, attack, come on. Roll an attack. Oh, thank God.
Yeah, that's a hit.
Nice. Nice.
Massive damage. He tries to bring up the sword in a moment of self-defense, but you slice straight through it, slicing the sword into pieces, and icy shards rain around the floor.
Okay.
He is on death's door once again.
All right. And do I need to I'm sorry, I didn't mean to roll that again. I meant to roll oh, is it 25 points damage or 25 points attack and 12 points damage? Ignore
That
the
was
second
14
one.
damage, but it was you only needed to do 5 to knock him
Okay.
out. So yeah, it's all good.
Okay.
All right, that's your turn.
Yes,
Very
thank
nice. Okay, Barry, you haven't got a clean shot at him. He's kind of got some half cover here, but nonetheless, the door is out of the way.
Oh yeah, he's got cover because he's been knocked unconscious.
He's got half cover and he's prone as well. So he's on the floor, surrounded by icicles where his weapons has been shattered.
Wait, is he not unconscious now?
No, he's on death's door again.
Oh,
So-
okay, yeah.
There you go.
That's what I was wondering. I was like, no way did she just do all that damage and not knock him?
No, he's down on the floor. You can see him like trying to get back up.
This is all I can do. His constitution is probably pretty good. I'm just gonna have to try and zap him at disadvantage. I still get him.
By the looks, with what's it called? Half cover. Yeah, it wasn't enough.
Not that it matters.
Oh boy.
Oh.
Okay. More hex damage. All right, here we go. DC is pretty damn high this time. Well, it's the same DC, but he's got like
-4.
4. Yeah, 4 levels of exhaustion. So it's -4 to this roll. Let me just add it into the situational bonus that does it. Here we go. Oh no! Oh, 10. That's what he needed. Oh. So once again, laying down on the floor, you see this air of ghostly energy rising up out of his body. It's like chest lifts and arches off the ground as if something is being like yanked out of his spine, but suddenly he grips it, takes an inhale, and the spirit is still somehow connected to this torn apart body, ravaged by this combat. He's still alive.
What?
Yeah, but he's now on 6 levels.
Wait, he got a 10 though.
Yeah,
Oh,
but 10 is what you
yeah,
need.
with his minus. Okay, okay,
I
okay.
I added the minus in on that, so it's all good.
Alright.
Now you got -6, so he has to roll really high. But that's going to end your go, I think.
Yeah, that's as far as I can go. As if.
Yeah. 6 or 7. It's your turn. You can. So you're a bit far.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna look at the body. I want to inspect it and see what's been done since it's a fresh kill, and see if this guy's got anything on him.
You see, this clergyman had robes, little to protect him against this weapon that's jammed into his back. It is this icy longsword, summoned most likely from Sefik Kaltra's connection to the spirit. The only other thing on them is perhaps a holy symbol that they would have used. A symbol of the god Tempest. And there's maybe like a mace on them, but they didn't even get a chance to draw it to defend themselves.
All right, I'll pick up the ice sword,
Yep.
and then I will make my way
Okay.
over here.
All right.
Is that my full turn then?
No, that's
With
just
the
an
act-
item interaction. You can still have an
Okay.
action, dash or
Okay.
anything like that. Yeah.
I'll dash to get at least into the room now with people.
Yeah. Perfect. All right. Is Wealgeist.
So I will use half my movement to stand up. Move like the
Under
10
20 feet.
Yep. Can I give an order at this point to Labrys?
Labrys is in the other room. Yeah.
In which case, I'm going to call to Labrys. Labrys, go eat the nice dead frozen man on the floor.
They don't understand what you're saying. But
They'll attack.
I don't know. I don't think Labrys would just randomly go up and start eating someone at the command. They're not like built for war, after all.
Shame.
But I would say that if something were ever attacking Labrys, they would
Yeah.
defend themselves. Absolutely. But
That's fair. Worth a try.
He's got low AC. You should be fine.
Yep.
oh no, I have no doubt Labrys could kill this person. But if
I
it
meant
would,
Geist.
Yeah,
Okay.
sadly, I still don't get sneak attack on this.
miss.
Wow.
Thanks.
Never mind.
Yeah, thanks to the half cover, you can't get a clean shot past Ashanti, and it skids across the ground.
Yep.
Okay, it's Hulla's go.
Right. Okay. So, first thing I'm going to do is spare the dying on Geist over here,
Okay,
which is a bonus action,
it is.
and then can I see Sefik?
You can see him. He's on the ground. His
Cool.
arching back is like convulsing as the spirit is trying to hold on to this body.
Okay. In that case, I'm going to cast Sacred Flame on him.
Uh-oh.
And so a bunch of warm, literal flames shoots out, and he has to take a dexterity saving throw.
Okay. Yeah. If you target him,
Okay.
you can probably
Target him.
cast the cantrip and see if it works.
I can't click on it. No, there's nothing there. I can't roll.
Really?
Nope.
Can't.
Yeah, he's targeted. Oops. Sorry.
Yeah, if you've got him targeted, you should be able to just click the little dice icon next to the sacred flame. If it's not there, then I'll just do it manually.
There's no dice icon actually.
Is it on your on your spell book?
It is. Yeah. Oh. Well. That just rolled for damage.
Yeah.
Oh, I think
'Cause
you
he
might
has-
be looking at.
I'm looking at the spells.
So as you mouse over the spell, where it says sacred flame, to the left of
Oh.
that, where the symbol would be,
That.
that's the one.
Okay.
There
Sorry.
you go.
There
No,
we
it's
go.
okay. I rolled on that one.
Perfect.
Okay, let's see if it finally kills him.
Finally,
Just
fire
burn-
killing ice. I'm gonna try and melt
Well,
him.
it's radiant damage, actually. But, I mean, it can thematically look like a blue flame, but it's like a holy divine flame of Hades. So, okay. Once again, -6 this time. I have to roll so high. It's gonna be tough. The ghostly apparition finally
Ooh.
breaks free. This is an interesting turn. Okay.
And we're all in a line, so I hope he doesn't have anything that can use that. Or she, I guess now.
Takes fire damage. Okay, alright. Just checking something on the rules there. The spell burns up this body, and perhaps that ghostly connection is what you just burnt away with your own divine energy, and it is suddenly the body going limp, and this ghostly air just sort of rising like a cold cloud in the air directly in front of you, Ashanti. And let's see. Add this to initiative
we may
now.
have gotten 'em.
This ghostly apparition starts to take humanoid shape, and you can see there is like bone-toothed trinkets. There looks to be fur pelts. There is like tribal-looking tattoos over the skin and flesh, which is sort of semi-translucent, and you can see that they have like a wild look in their eyes, and almost like sharp, jagged teeth. And they rise up, kind of hunched, looking at you, almost like ready to attack you, like a wolf pouncing on its prey. And that will end your turn. But let me roll this thing onto initiative instead.
Wait, it just turned into a wolf?
No.
No. It's taking the posture of that of like a wolf. But
Okay.
this looks to be some sort of like perhaps tribal warrior or druidic woman. I'll give you a piece of art, in fact, so you can see kind of what I'm describing. Yeah, this looks good enough. Yep, something like this is what I imagine you're looking at. But bear in mind, this is like a ghostly blue, translucent image of her. And I'll put it in the chat. It's works. Try and check it in the Discord as well. Oh no, it's loading. Cool, perfect. All right, here you go.
Oh wow.
That's what I meant by like this tribal kind of tattoos. You can see the hair is like wild and braided. She's seen the wilderness, and she's kind of got this like wild stare in her face, like she's looking at you with utter contempt and hatred. And that is going to end your turn, Hulla. I just rolled initiative for them, and they are up straight away afterwards.
Well, you did roll twice for some reason.
I did, didn't I? What did I get?
16 and then a 9.
She's on the
Okay,
initiative
well-
as a 9.
Yeah, I don't know what happened there. Well, tell you what. We'll leave her there anyway, because if anything, makes sense that she acts straight after Hulla just finishes her. So I'm gonna do it there. The creature rising up. I will be fair in rolling this though. Her possession is no doubt going to be on cooldown. So I'm going to do this. I'm going to start her turn, roll a d6, and see if it recharges. It doesn't. So she can't just immediately jump into another body straight away. But I think we will start with the horrifying visage to begin with.
Oh no.
Yeah, we'll do that.
Oh no.
Okay, targeting, I think everyone within 60 feet. So that's everyone. Okay. I'm gonna roll and slap it there. I need everyone to roll that a wisdom saving throw, please.
This went well last time.
Damn it.
And the
14.
DC for which is 13.
13. Yes.
So you make it, Barry. As does
Excellent.
Hulla. Ashanti, you are frightened.
Well, that makes sense because I was just possessed by a ghost.
That is
So,
true.
It makes sense that my character would freeze for just a second, and because an instant, because she just experienced this, and it was traumatizing.
Whereas Hulla, you're the one who just faced this thing and burnt its connection. Now facing down the true spirit, the one responsible for not only perhaps ravaging Sephic's body, but also the one who murdered all those innocent. Well,
Yes.
innocent.
I'm more pissed off that she killed the man who saved me
Yeah,
than I am frightened. So I'm ready for this.
used them. Okay, Captain Indra is also going to roll a wisdom save. Totally forgot about her. She is just a fail, I'm afraid. She sees this. She's used to fighting thugs and criminals, but when it comes to the afterlife, her core beliefs are shook to the core. All right, we're gonna give her the frightened condition, and we'll see what she gets on the start of her turn, which is actually now. So let's do that. So she rolled a 4. She actually has to fight, so she rushes forward. She is in a state of panic. Runs into the fray and starts trying to slash and cut at the ghost. She'll at least get out of the way for you guys, so she doesn't just block up the hallway. It is Sephic's go, but he's unfortunately dead. You see the body finally laid to rest. Shanti, it's your go. And at the start of your turn, you also
I'm
fight?
frightened, so do I have to run away?
No, it should say. Hold on, one sec.
Nothing's appeared in the
It should
chat.
roll a d. It should roll a d4. Hold on, there we go. It's because I removed someone from the. There we go. Okay, so frightened veteran is frightened 4. Fight. Brandee, you are Ashanti. You rolled a 2. You are frozen in fear. You don't move this turn, and you can't
Okay.
take actions whilst the source of your fear is directly in front of you.
Okay. All right. Can I? All right. So I am. I can't do anything then.
Nope.
Unless
Afraid not.
it's just stumble back against the wall with my back against the wall. But you said I was frozen, so
Yeah, it's like you're petrified. You can see this
Okay.
cold vision of this wild, frost-looking druid, and it just numbs you to the. Well, it freezes you up because you know this thing is potentially looking at you for its next victim. You
Right.
might even become the next serial killer, and you just get those flashbacks of you murdering the cleric, and being
all those guards.
yeah, and just being a prisoner in your own mind, and you feel stuck again behind bars for a moment, stuck in hesitation.
Yeah.
And then you do get to roll a wisdom save at the end of your turn, but let me
Okay.
just check if it's with disadvantage or not. It's just a flat roll. Just one short. Now, unless
Okay.
no, you're not in range, Hulla. That's kind of like the perfect opportunity for a resistance, but I'm sadly at 10 feet or more than 10 feet. 607. You too, also pretty frightened of this horrific looking visage.
Do I have to roll something?
Yeah, it rolls
Yeah.
automatically at the start of your turn.
Oh, okay.
You too are completely frozen still for a moment. Frozen is one of the worst ones to get, I'm afraid, sadly. But
I'm used to it.
yeah. Yeah, sadly this is not 607's forte with wisdom.
You skipped over
It's-
Barry's turn.
Sorry, let's go back.
It's alright, he
Fine.
can have his turn first. I don't mind.
I didn't
Barry,
do
you
anything.
go
I'm still
now.
frightened anyway, so.
You go ahead, Barry.
I am going to switch the hex over from Sephic to this new horror.
Yep, you got it.
Because it's a ghost, it'll appear as a ghostly crown instead.
Right.
Why not? And then I'll just zip zap.
Okay. Fire away.
Nice.
Force damage is pretty good. Ribs straight, like a hole straight through them. And they roar
An extra
in like this
5.
kind of animalistic way. An extra 5. Okay, I'll add that.
And I will knock it back and slow it down. I don't know how
Is
that
that
helps.
is that hex damage? Is
Yeah,
it force?
No,
It's-
hex
it's
is
whatever
necrotic.
damage- It's
No.
necrotic.
Is it necrotic? Oh yeah, it's necrotic. So it might be halved, I guess. If it's on a ghost.
It's nothing. It's nothing.
Oh, it's immune.
Yeah. Ghosts are immune to necrotic. And you
Oh,
just see there is no
oh.
flesh or life to wither away, for they have already lost their host.
Can't change its disadvantages, so it's still strength, if that helps.
Okay. Sorry, we're gonna skip down to Geist again. Sorry if it pops up
Yeah,
with that.
and
and all
I'm
that.
fearful.
You are fearful.
I am gonna move.
So I can still attack, I just can't move towards
Yep.
it.
It's the classic frightened condition you're used to.
Which, will this automatically roll with the disadvantage? Or do I need to roll the disadvantage?
It should. You can give it a shot anyway. No, I didn't.
oh.
Alright.
I will re-roll.
Fire. Yeah, fire again.
I'll just...
Okay, yeah, it's
So-
definitely a hit.
Yeah, so 6
I'm
would
gonna
be
do
in the
that.
head.
So does have resistance to it. So
Yeah. And then I'm
you can see the arrow sort of flies straight through, ends up landing somewhere in the back of the stables. But you can see a tiny little wisp of the apparition has been shot through, but it slowly fills in. Okay, it is anything else?
Nope, that's me. I will
Okay,
roll my
Hulla.
wisdom save.
Yeah, DC 14, 13. Sorry. Yeah,
Okay.
you're still frightened.
I'm going to cast another Sacred Flame for radiant
Yep.
damage.
Go for it.
Come on. Could be better. Oh no, never mind.
So actually fails.
They
No, wait.
fail.
No, I
It's
know I
dex-
didn't. Got an 18. Why did it do half? I'm gonna have to change that real quick. Your spell's set up to do half on a save, which isn't right. 1 sec. It'd be none.
I think it's no damage if they
No,
pass, right?
That's it. Yeah, I've changed it now. That should work correctly next time. Okay.
Moderation.
Yep. Sadly, it is
Uh,
sort of hovering up above the air, and as it sees that light, it knows exactly what tore the connection last time, and it veers out of the way.
yeah.
You fight gods far more powerful than yours. And it's go, unless you want to move or do anything else.
No, I'm gonna stay where I am. I don't want to get in range of
Okay.
the frightened condition. Yeah.
Yeah, no worries. Okay. In that case, it will hover away. Imdra will get an attack. Make it with a long sword.
Oh.
Yep, she is totally panicking, just flailing it around like, oh god! Ah! That's a spirit! I thought this guy was just flesh and bone, but I guess there's something else about them. And it hovers away from Imdra, who's lost all sense of reason. Barry, it suddenly appears through the wall, prowling through the concrete, and then appearing with this almost like bloodied looking claws. She looks like she's raised by wolves. And as she pounces through, she strikes and swipes at your face with these translucent claws.
How much movement does it have?
Enough to get there.
Because it was slowed down by 10 feet.
It has a fly of horror, 40. Okay, Barry, this thing slices through you, and you don't feel the rending of your flesh, but rather the rending of your soul as a cold grip collapses you to the ground. You are prone and on death's door.
Well, this
That's its go. And I should roll a d6. I want to see if I get possession back. No. Okay. Captain Imdra. She's still flailing after the she's doing the only thing she knows how to do, and that is to fight. She rushes back into the room. Yep, and strikes, flailing with her longsword. And I should actually say these are with disadvantage. Yeah, these are at disadvantage. Whoops. Try that again. Oh, it still hits. Yep. Okay, so she swipes through, dealing. I'll give her the full 5. That was the first one. Okay, there we go. And again, strikes with the short sword. But that one just sort of clangs against the nearby dog sled. Okay, that's going to be her go. It's Ashanti's go. Oh, she breaks out of the frightened condition, though. She gains her senses. Okay, Ashanti, you are...
I'm still frightened, so there's nothing I can do except roll my constitution check, right?
This one is flee. This time, after being frozen in place and seeing it hover through the wall and strike down Barry, the fear overtakes you and you must flee. So this is what you do. The creature, Ashanti, you must take the dash, disengage, or hide action this turn. I don't mind which of those you do, just so long as it seems as though you're trying to get away from this. And you can only use your movement, and you must use your movement away from the source of your fear by the safest available route.
Okay, then I'll just go through the door that I'm standing right next to. And 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. Do I have to dash the whole way? Or
No, you could hide if you feasibly could hide, or if you do not have a...
30, 35, 40, 45, 50.
Okay,
Let me see if I can get
dashing.
around. Yeah, I'm 50, 55. Oh, whoops, 60. So
That looks about right.
yeah.
Okay, roll a wisdom saving throw.
All right. Wisdom or okay.
Yeah, it should pop up.
Oh, good God.
Ah, yeah, that's unfortunate. Still completely overtaken by the fear of this thing possessing you and hurting your own allies.
Yeah, I obviously need deep psychological therapy other than having my DM throw a box of tissue at me. So
All right, Ashanti, in a moment of panic, flees the fight, knowing that she could potentially be more hindrance to you guys than help
right.
if she suddenly is turned on you. So she's doing what maybe she thinks is best, or maybe she's not thinking at all. Either way, it's a bad time. Barry, you're on death's door, facing up at this ghostly apparition as it's almost over the top of you.
All I can do is try and knock it back.
You can
So
stand
we-
up first if you'd like, but
Uh,
I mean, you're disadvantaged anyway, either way.
Yeah, it makes no difference.
Oh, that's a hit.
So for knock it through the wall,
Nice.
and
That's cool.
minus 10 again, and I will stand up and move 10 feet, or is it 15?
So you would be
Because
down to 20, so you got 10 feet. Because you should have a level of exhaustion.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, let me do that for you. It's really annoying. I've actually requested this, that they get rid of the hiding exhaustion tracker when on 0 HP. But anyway, sorry, go ahead. You got 10.
So I can go to like there to try and get as far away as possible.
Yeah,
Closer to Hulla.
sure thing. You blast her through the wall. That was cool.
Yeah, that's what I do.
Nice. Okay, 607. You would be frozen, but
I can't see her.
you can't see it because Barry just blasted her through the wall, which is really cool. So the only thing is you can't move. Other than that, you do still have your action. Frozen isn't as bad.
So I have an action still. Can't do anything. Really? Can't do that. Can't
Could
do
hold
that.
your action
can't
for
do
if they
that.
come through the wall.
You can hold.
Yeah, I guess I'll hold a firebolt for if they come to the wall.
Although just thinking about it, it says you can't take actions whilst it's within line of sight. So as soon as it becomes through the wall, that would mean you see it and then can't take action.
Unless he rolls high enough to break the fear, I guess.
Well,
True. Unless you roll at least a 13. So yeah, we'll do
You got
that. Go ahead.
Okay.
nope.
No, very not.
Can
Although Hulla is within reach for resistance, I think it's still not enough, isn't it?
resistance is only 1 point, right?
Right.
So yeah.
So you need to. Damn. Okay. Geist.
I've got to run towards it.
You must run towards it.
Okay, so guess bonus action dash because I'm having to run towards it.
True. You can see
And
it.
I can see it now.
Take a
and-
shot.
Apparently my target's blocked by a wall.
Oh, what?
The
Sure.
wall went with it when it went through.
Yeah, weirdly I have like no vision of like most of this room. Like it's like there's a
Oh, you know why? No, not very well lit, that's why. But let me turn some torches on. You know what?
Nice.
There is a wall there. There is a wall there. Fuck. Sorry. There you go.
I was really
I don't know how the
confused because I
Yeah.
couldn't see anything.
There you go. Sorry, that was a random wall there. Go ahead, guys. Sorry.
Right.
Uh,
Is that alt click for disadvantage? Is it
yeah,
control?
it should be. Or control. Try either one.
I'll re-roll.
I never
after
remember.
this.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a miss.
It is a miss after all. Okay.
Well, I suppose
But-
the benefit is I can't be possessed if it suddenly decides to try to possess someone because I'm
If
already
it turns
possessed.
in you, that's true. And you're no longer frightened, guys.
Aha!
Faced your fears. Now you're ready. The spirit within you tries to calm your own soul. She is banishable. Send this druid back to the soil, back to the earth. Hulla, it's your go.
Also, there's a random note here.
All right. Let's move into the room.
Put Labrys on the tunnel.
Oops. I just closed the
Just
door.
in case. That's alright.
Sorry.
That's your item interaction.
Do
Just kidding.
sacred flame on
You can see it.
Barritomus.
Oh
What?
god. You
You
mean
mean
I'm not
I'm
sacred
gonna
flame.
assume you meant spell it.
Spare the dying is what I meant. Yes.
Oh,
And Hulla's secret's been revealed. He's actually
Sorry.
the cold-hearted killer as well. Working with them.
Says
That's
my
why
duties.
Sefik saved them.
Yeah, that was the trick all
Sorry.
along.
Barry,
Sorry.
You might have this one targeted. There you go.
Barry's soul is Hades.
Um,
thank
and
you.
I want to hold my action until she comes until I can see her, and I will cast Sacred Flame as soon as she appears through the wall.
Okay.
Assuming that's what she's gonna do.
Assuming, yeah. Well, it's her turn. Let's roll. Possession potential.
Oh.
So
Thought it was
Rolled
a
a 5.
6. I might be wrong.
I think it's usually something like a 5 to 6.
it is a 6 on this. Yeah, sometimes it's a 5 to 6. This is just 6.
Oh, thank
So
God.
nearly. But no, you can see that her form is also sort of very loosely tied to this world. Perhaps, however old this spirit is, we have no idea, but she seems as though she has faded for a long time in that body. Okay. Well, in that case, hovering forward, guys.
Yep.
Sensing perhaps a rival spirit, but before she does that, Hulla, I think you can see her. So, yep, go ahead.
Yay. There she is. Now I Sacred Flame.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, it says I'm blocked by a wall.
Um,
Bane of our
How dark-
existence, or
how dark
those
is it?
invisible walls.
no.
There we go.
She fails this time.
It's a massive
Yeah.
3 points of damage.
Put her into the wounded
Radiant.
state, though.
It has
Radiant
made her
damage.
wounded.
Woot.
So at that point, you can see the form again becoming more and more faint as radiant damage pours over the ghostly form, banishing it. But not before it reaches out in a swipe of desperation to hit you, Wealgeist. We'll go with a withering touch. And it misses! Very fortunately.
I like to think a ghostly hand just reaches out of Geist and just pushes it away.
Yes, I like that too. Yeah, the ghosts rebound the other forceful etherealness. Nice.
Oh, that would have been a lot of damage.
Yes, it would.
Would that have killed you outright?
Massive damage. Yes,
Yeah,
it
that
would
would have. That would have. That's twice my max HP.
Wow.
Yep, that's terrifying. Indra rushes in, flanks, brings out the swords once again. Cut this thing down before it takes one of us. She gets a hit. And another. And another. Let's go. She's slicing and dicing, but it seems as though her energy isn't getting put to full use as her kind of like over swinging as she cuts through it and ends up like hitting the sconce. Another slice down hits the ground. But yeah, she's getting some work done. You can see the form being like slashed and slowly separated, but to Imdra it feels like she's doing nothing. Ashanti, you're still frightened, but this time this time you have to fight. You can't just run forever, Ashanti.
Oh, thank God. Okay, so she's in the next room over, right?
No,
Yeah, you can get over.
Okay.
She's right here. I'll move you for a little bit. There you
Okay,
go.
so she.
You could
okay,
get to her.
Perfect. Yes, then I will move up, and I'm going to take a big motion with my halberd, and for slicing.
Slicing, she is a ghost, so just let you give you the heads up. She won't bleed.
Right, but they've been hitting her with swords, haven't they?
Yep,
Did
that's
I-
fine. I'm just letting you know the slicing
Oh.
property won't make her take any damage extra, but
Okay. Okay, no, that's fine. I just wanted to make sure that I.
Mhm.
Oh, for the love of Pete.
17.
it's all right. You're good, Nick. You get a hit.
All right.
She takes 10. Well,
All right.
half 5.
Okay. And
Anything else?
no, because I don't get a bonus attack yet because we're only level
You-
2, right?
Yeah, that's right. The only thing you could do is like bonus action using snaring, so you could like disarm or shove, but they are also immune to prone because you would, as you try to like physically manipulate the halberds.
Oh, okay. Can I bonus action ensnaring then to see if I can try to get her weapon away from her?
She is not wielding a weapon. She seems to be like almost like a wildling, just using her bare claws.
Oh,
That
okay.
are, yeah,
Alright.
she's almost like taking on this kind of wolf-like stance, like low to the ground, haunched, and yeah. But as you try to like manipulate the actual halberd through her, there's nothing to really grip onto or pull, so you end up kind of just moving the halberd through her ethereal form.
Okay.
It's unable to grab anything.
Okay.
Okay, let's see if you're still. I should have also been with disadvantage.
Okay.
Yeah,
so
roll
you
a,
want me
just roll a d20. We'll see if that.
normal or disadvantage?
Just roll a single d20 and you only needed. Is that still a hit? +6. Don't know why that rolled Wisdom save. Oh, that was your wisdom save, right? Roll another d20. Sorry, because it was disadvantaged to striker.
All right. Come on, baby. All right. Roll.
Oh shit! It wasn't that
For
one.
the
Whoops.
love of Pete!
Yep, the frightened condition is still pretty bad. Okay, I'm adding that. Yep, it's unfortunate. In fact, you're nearly there. Honestly, Labrys is actually gonna have a go.
First,
She's here.
you skipped over Barry again.
Oh fuck, Barry, go on.
I don't exist.
Barry,
I'm
you might
gonna...
not hunt it too long.
Hey. I'm gonna
God,
keep...
look at you. All these health bars. It's rough.
I just keep
That's another
attacking.
hit. Okay,
No.
repelling.
Yeah, repelling and slow down. Well, I guess I can't. Can I repel?
Yeah,
her
you kind of, sort of.
into Labrys?
Which is perfect timing because Labrys feels this cold, unholy chill in their feathers and does not like it. So
We'll go
Labrys
for
can
beak.
totally retaliate.
And then let's see, 4 points of non-damage.
Mm-hmm.
Beak attack.
Oh my god, a hit. Oh, it's nearly enough. The swing of the axe-like beak flies through her and almost decapitates her. There's, for a moment, this separation of her body and head. It's like held on by a few strands of ectoplasm. Okay. It would be 607's go. Good lord, you're frozen again, but can't
Is
see
there any
her.
other option for me besides being completely frozen the entire time?
If you don't roll a 2, yeah. Unfortunately, you can't. But if you have any other actions, like, normally, if you get like higher levels, sometimes spells like buffing spells might still be useful. Or if you had potions to down, there's still plenty of things you would normally be able to do. But because you're such low levels, you don't have as much access to all these things.
But is it is the ghost within line of
That's the
sight?
end of my turn.
No, it's not.
Because it says the creature cannot take action while the source of
can't
its
do
spear is within
anything.
line of sight.
Correct.
Yeah, I
But you
can't
can
do
take
anything, but I can't move. I still can't move, though,
move.
right?
You still can't move.
Correct. Still
You
frozen on.
You just don't have any action. All right, never
So
mind.
I will
Yeah.
prepare the firebolt if I see it, but I'm not going to be able to do it unless I pass my wisdom
Okay.
saves.
Okay.
Only 13. You need to roll a 14. Oh my lord. I'm so sorry. It's rough. Geist, might be up to you to finish this.
Geist is going to take a couple of steps backwards because he just wants some distance.
That is a hit. It's max damage. Oh my god.
And I have allies within range. I need to sneak.
This is not a problem because it appears as though this is still more than enough. Guys, how does your arrow end the spirit?
In this case, I like the picture that the spirit almost like as he's pulling on the string, the spirit's arm almost reaches out and runs like a hand along it, coating in like that spectral energy, so it just like destroys the soul on impact.
Yeah, it just pierces through them.
And turns
from
the
that center
ice
point,
and turns the ice into the water from the lake.
Oh yeah, the lake that Sefik drowned in and they possessed. I like it. All right, yeah. From that point, that center point where it flies through, you see the water just sort of, the ectoplasm becoming water and just drip to the floor, forming like a puddle around near Sefik's body. The head of this creature just again seems to snarl, and even in death seems to just be exerting absolute hate in your eyes, in their eyes, and just a murderous rage. But before long, the face deteriorates, disappears, and the spirit is finally put to rest. The winter spirit. Okay, that is going to end combat.
Guys,
Is that it?
Yeah.
can we
Did we
please?
get it?
Yeah, we got it. Can we please, for the love of all that's holy, have some food and some sleep?
Yep.
Just a little bit before y'all stagger us into another battle.
Geist is going to
Right.
run over and hug Labrys and give them
I hate-
some extra food from their rations.
Can I loot Sevik's body?
Yeah.
You can, yeah. And
Do...
Suffolk, they had in their grip this ice longsword and ice dagger, but as the spirit deteriorates and as Geist described it, returning back to the water of the lake, so too do the weapons begin to simply melt away rapidly, in fact. The kind of pace at which you would normally expect ice to, unlike last time, where they seem to be like continuously ice. Now, within the kind of warmth of the stables, you can already see them losing their shape and form.
Is
Oh,
there any?
That's too bad. Is there any coin? Because
Coin,
he was getting paid by Torga, so presumably he has something.
you know
I'm
what?
not.
That's a good point. You make a good point. Yeah, in the module it doesn't say about that, but you are correct. He was a paid sword for hire for Torga. So why don't you roll me a D
100.
that's a little steep.
D1 million.
But you know,
D60?
you guys have earned it. Go ahead, roll a D100.
Yay!
The
Is
thing is,
there-
he doesn't
Real
have
good.
need. Doesn't have need
He
for this gold.
No, but he also isn't spending it on a combination, so
Exactly.
come
Is there any-
on.
That's about right. 55 gold.
Yay. I
While
take
while
it
you
all.
You
Well,
can
you
buy.
do-
I'll
You can
split
buy
it with you
your.
guys later.
You can buy
I'll
an
split it with
axe
you guys
beak.
later. I
Is
could
there
buy
a-
an axe beak. Yeah.
is there
Elements
any?
behind you, like what the hell's going on? There's a
Wait,
spirit and the
Wait,
ghost.
you've been here the entire time.
Yeah, she like pops her head out of some like a bundle of straw. Says, "Oh, sorry, I'm not really a fighter. I just look after the birds." But
No,
was
that's okay.
terrifying.
That's what you should have done. You should have had. There's yeah.
As Barry, you look over the body, you can see the blue eyes are the only things that are returning back to normality. Where they were once this icy blue, they've returned back to sort of this hazel-like color. And unfortunately, they're staring deadly still.
Is there not anything noticeable on the body? You know, like fingers gone like a different coloration of blue, or
No. What was you like kind of expecting?
well, we
Like,
kind of need some sort of proof that we've done the job.
oh, I see.
So I was like, maybe we cut off the
We-
hand or something. If it's well, he's
We
been
have
holding.
the captain as a witness.
Yeah, but
Yes.
Well,
we weren't meant to get the authorities involved.
Oh right, right,
I was
right.
I was thinking
What's
with
her
him,
name?
he's still a body. He's still been holding blades of eyes. Would it have changed his hands in any way from constantly holding on to?
No, because
Ice.
he is immune to the cold damage.
Damn it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
Well, I
which
guess
is
we
why
just,
you wouldn't. Yeah.
do we just take his head, or
I mean, his
It's easy.
eyes were the things that were affected the most, I'd imagine. So you could take his eyes.
but they've gone back to the normal color?
That
So
sounds kind of grim.
yeah, it is. But we don't finish
don't-
the task.
True.
Without
Yeah, no, I
Interesting.
agree with Barritomus. Actually, we should take his head.
But can't
Sorry.
we just
I'll bury the rest of him with honor.
Yeah, I'll help you out with that.
Hold
Yep.
on. Imdur says, "You're taking this head because you are what? Headhunters? Bounty hunters? What are you? Who paid you for this job?"
That would be confidential, unfortunately. Client
Break up
confidentiality.
break of contract.
I see.
But we have trekked all across Icewindale hunting these guys. In fact, that might be a good
Well-
name if we need a group name. I'm keeping that in mind for later.
I mean, unless if you don't want us to do what we're about to do, unless you're willing to foot up the bill,
I'm not paying you anything. This is
I thought as much.
So
I was
yeah, in that
as much a
case,
part of bringing this murderer to an end as you were. But if this person who's hired you takes your word for it, I'm sure that it's proof enough once he realizes the murders have stopped.
that's sort of harder to
Perhaps
prove in the
we could,
when it comes to the bank.
Particularly because
Yeah.
there was a month gap between the two
Mhm.
sets.
perhaps we can have a letter from Captain Imdra certifying that we assisted or that we were a
The
part of
thing is
the
dead.
capture and killing.
I mean, we weren't
Yeah.
supposed to get the authorities involved. We weren't supposed to get the authorities involved, but it's
I
sort of
know, I know, but
she's sort of already there.
yes, exactly. That we couldn't stop it, so we might as well use it to our advantage.
What
True.
do you think, Barry? Is that it'll still count, right? It still counts as a
Guess it
it's a
still
kill.
counts so long as they don't know who paid us. I hope. We'll have to find out when we get there, yeah.
That well, did she say why she didn't? Well, we'll ask later. I'll ask you when we're
Yep.
not
After
after.
just one night with food
Yeah,
and
I
a
could
bed.
do with
I think we're going to
a
need a couple of
roast.
nights rest before we head out. I mean, I don't know about any of you, but that fight took a lot out of me.
Yeah.
And
I
I've
didn't
still
do anything in that fight, so
and
I'm
I've
so
still got
sorry.
this void ghost in my yeah.
Yeah,
Plus,
we
it would.
gotta figure out what to do about.
Well, apparently I
You guys
still
have like an entente, right? You're kind of
yeah
you've parleyed.
yeah.
Okay.
I'm not. I have at least one more question I can ask. Well, I have one more question I can ask them, but haven't quite worked out what that'd be yet.
How do we
could-
get to the treasure? Not where it is,
Yeah.
but how do we get to it?
And what
Um,
happened to the statue? It just
Well, we know.
disappeared.
Yeah, well,
I know about that. You guys don't know about that, but I know about that.
Right.
Oh, you
Okay.
it
do?
was stolen by some
Yeah,
mysterious.
I haven't been able to tell you guys yet, so we've been preoccupied. But I'll
Right.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's true.
Okay. In that case, let's rest up. And I guess go to the tavern for a meal to celebrate bringing this guy to justice, bringing the speaker to justice, and well, I suppose the guy who paid the money was also brought to justice.
I guess should probably get the bard. Was he a bard? I don't know what he was. Out of jail.
Yeah, I forgot
He,
about
he,
that.
wa- he was kind of a thief.
He was, and he
it's-
kind of deserved it.
In a town where thieving is allowed.
In a town
Okay.
where thieving is allowed. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
Well, at
He
least
did help
you-
us.
See,
Imdra orders the militia to get the body of the clergyman, take it back to the crematorium, as well as sever Caldra. Now, you are actually taking the head, yeah?
Yeah.
I mean,
I
yeah.
want to take the head. I'll
Alright.
just make a couple of chops with my hand axe and make it nice and clean. And
Alright.
I'll wrap him up in a little bit of. I assume there's some sort of covering in the stables for the axe beak, so I'm gonna wrap it up in something nice and.
Once
Yeah,
again,
like
I'm
a-
just going to point out that I am not the one who suggested or did the cutting off of somebody's head.
No one was accusing you. You're
Just making a
very
point.
sensitive about
Well, early on, everybody seemed to accuse me of wanting to do all the murdering, and yet here you are chopping off the
you
person's
were
head. Who,
a dead person's head though. I mean,
the
yeah.
dead person of somebody who saved you, apparently, though.
I'm gonna bury the rest of the body with honor.
In
A
fact,
little-
would it not be, correct me if I'm wrong, would it not be more appropriate to like wrap him in sailcloth and place him in the lake or something like that?
I
Well, we
don't
just
have
burn
any.
the body.
Firewood's
This
expensive.
this far north. Just, yeah, but I can just press a digitation. Just keep doing that to burn the body up.
I think
Permafrost is not exactly the best tool to dig into,
no, it's not.
and it'll just preserve the body.
So will the lake. Yeah. I think. I mean, I think if I was him and I was from the south, I would want to be warm.
Yeah,
That's the last thing that happened
I
to me
mean,
was to be warm again.
you knew them better than any of us, so I guess
Well,
so.
I didn't really know him, but I just knew that he wasn't from here.
Well,
But yeah, that's
all right.
if I get a say in it, if that's an
Yeah,
option.
I
for
would
me,
give you the deciding vote on it personally.
Okay.
So
So
say the clerical person who worships Hades, who's associated with death, so you probably know better
Right.
funeral rite wise.
Well, there are things you can do when you're burning a body, but it's a very I don't think it's a disrespectful way to go. I think it's more like it's a clean, nothing's left behind,
Mm.
nice and
speaking
neat.
of speaking of disrespect, 607 just walks over and delivers another shocking grasp to the body.
Just to be
Um,
sure, those
Yep.
seem to come out of people. Just to be
Mhm.
sure.
Yeah,
I think
Thank
I'm gonna
you.
make that just a regular thing when we have to kill somebody. Just double check it.
How
Like
are
I
you
s-
feeling, by the way, guys? Did your ghost react to any of all what was going on there?
Well, they defended me at one point. That was kind of cool. Though I did just have one thought. I realized that technically it was under false pretenses and it wasn't actually Sathek, it was the ghost possessing them. But would it not be worth at least speaking to the caravan people as they did travel with him? They might
Torgus.
have some say in it
Hmm.
or want to pay their respects to the part of him that they knew.
I guess. If you want, yeah, I guess.
I mean, it was just
They didn't-
a thought that popped
They
into my
didn't
head.
seem especially close. They wouldn't even let him stay by the fire. I mean, I'm still kind of offended on his behalf about that.
True.
That's just not on. When you
True.
travel with somebody, when he's part of your crew, he's part of your crew.
Still want to know where he was hiding on their wagon.
That's
There's a fair
maybe
point.
that's a fair point.
But speaking of
thought
the
he-
ghost, has the ghost reacted at all since we've killed this ghost and brought justice and vengeance or whatever as they wanted? I know they still probably want more.
Yeah, absolutely. You feel almost like a connection now. They're going to be with you a little while. There is this emotion of vengeance that is never sated, and though you have brought the end to one dangerous and vicious spirit, you can hear them say that there are more vile betrayers out there.
Well, we are planning to. Apparently, there are more vile betrayers out there. So Ghost is happy but not satisfied.
Oh, did she say what vile betrayers? There's, probably lots generally.
I think it's
specifically?
basically that there was just more of them, didn't specify at all. And if I ask, then that's probably going to be my question. So I don't want to.
Well, if they happen to mention it in passing, just
though, I suppose if we went and got the bard, he had questions and he seemed to have some connections, so might be able to ask some questions on our behalf if we want additional questions.
in exchange for letting him out.
There is that.
If we're going to be fighting more of these things, then I would also probably want a way to be able to be effective in the fight. So if we can keep an eye out for something like that, because the last two
Yeah.
times we've had to fight these ghosts, I've been non-existent.
How do we
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, would it help if we told you ghost stories, like it's so that you could kind of get used to the idea of it, so that you're not so freaked
I
out?
mean, I just fought two ghosts today, and it still doesn't seem to be doing much of good. So
Right.
maybe.
Mm,
Um,
never know.
but before that, how about, as Ashanti suggested, we go get some food and have like a bit of a celebration. After all, we've done some pretty big stuff. Actually, just before we head off, Captain Indra, when is the snow carving competition?
Oh, right. I almost forgot.
You want to do that?
Oops. We should. It sounds like a good cause for celebration, but there is still more grisly business to deal with. The fact that the speaker has now been condemned to the same fate that he cheated out of. Let's get that done.
Yep.
All right.
But I mean,
I
that's
don't
more of a you
expect you
thing. I
to.
mean,
Yeah, exactly. I don't expect you to carry that sentence out. Feel free to head to the Wet Trout. They offer probably enough of a feast there for you. It's also on the edge of town, so we'll be heading in the same direction. All right,
sounds
men,
good to me.
All
let's
right,
go.
Ashanti's gonna get Bits on the way and pick up her backpack and everything.
Yeah, Bits came in a little earlier whilst you guys
Okay.
were because she heard voices, right? So she would have heard the combat sort of end. Now
I'll
she
hang back with Hulla as we walk.
okay.
I'm gonna stick close to Ashanti.
Okay.
You don't think it's weird that we're taking his head, right? Like, you understand
No,
that I
we need
Think
it's
some sort of evidence.
Yeah, and I mean, once the spirit is gone, the body's just a body. I mean, at least that's how I see it.
Yeah. Are you okay with all this? It seemed like you knew that
Well,
guy.
it's I. The thing is, I didn't really. I mean, he saved my life, but I wasn't really with it when he did, so I didn't really know him. We just, I feel like I owe him something.
Yeah,
Well,
like
in
maybe you
And
paid. Oh,
I was going to say that same. I think you, with this, freeing him from being used as a tool of murder is probably repaying that debt.
I suppose, I hope that's what he would have wanted. I mean, I don't know. Just seems like a waste, He seemed
So
like
if
a pretty.
the body's dead, but the spirit lives on. What do you call that then? With these ghosts, seems to happen.
Well, if his ghost was hanging, I don't know. I'm only level 2.
wait.
I
How do
You
you
say that?
how do you
What does that
reach a
mean, level
level?
2?
Like, are you a level 2? Like, did they
well,
promote you?
I'm just an acolyte.
And
That's
now you're. What comes after acolyte if you're level 2?
Uh, novice, I
Eric.
think.
So level 2 is novice cleric.
Yeah,
Is that how that works?
I
Yeah.
guess so. Yeah,
Okay.
I don't.
So
They don't tell you that you have to pay an extra fee to know the levels,
I
like
don't
in
know.
Scientology. Uh,
Oh my god.
no,
That's
I
good.
don't know. I haven't got to that level yet, but you can do more cool stuff, and you need to learn about all the philosophy and how it works, and you got to read the books, and it's a very involved process, I think, to become like
High
a
priestess or whatever.
priestess. Yes.
Thank you.
Any- Anyway, that was pretty rough in the so thanks.
Oh yeah. I mean, are you doing okay? You still look kind of rough. Be
Um
honest. You took,
Uh,
but I mean that pushing through the wall thing, that was pretty great.
Yeah, I just wanted to get it away from me.
No, that totally worked. It was a good thing.
Yeah.
You did well. Yeah, I'm glad we had you with us.
He's just
Okay.
looking down at his feet as he's walking there. Didn't expect a compliment.
The travel to the edge of town, uneventful, but when you reach there, you can already see a crowd forming. The same crowd that was watching and waiting for the poor soul who got called off the register for the lottery. Now, in his place, the speaker himself, who called that name, is beginning a walk of shame almost. You can hear all the jeering and shouts from the crowd. We trusted you! Huh! Some leader! Hear constant, like, heckling as he's almost pushed down the edge of the line, pushed out of the town. And yeah, you guys started this, you sparked this fire, and it seems it has only grown and grown as the townspeople became more and more fired up. And one shouts, "Why don't we just burn him like we did the wizard?" And one other, you see a dragonborn, female dragonborn of white scales, say, "No, let him suffer the same fate. Auril will be most pleased with this offering."
You know,
And yeah, you see him wondering.
you know, I don't feel proud of what we did to the speaker because I don't
I
like
do.
the whole. Wow, but yeah, I don't like the idea of this whole throw them out into the cold situation to begin with. But he
I-
did deserve it, but I don't think he deserved death.
I agree with you. I don't like this form of punishment at all. There's
Yeah,
no
it's the punishment. It's
there's
the punishment he gave everybody else. It's the punishment he actively avoided.
An eye for an
I
He
eye.
deserves. He deserves exactly what he's getting.
no, I understand the argument that no one deserves this.
No one does deserve this, but he sent a number of people out there to their deaths unnecessarily and actively, and then corrupted the system in his favor.
Mhm. I understand
I
what
have
you're
no
saying.
sympathy for this person.
Huh.
So I know
So-
you don't think this, Ashanti, but I'm very proud of what you did today. You may have been possessed at the time, but you took out a number of guards who were part of that corrupt system, and I applaud you for that.
Thank you. It's
Hmm.
going to take a while for me to get past this, but thank you. I appreciate the thoughtful compliment.
So if it happened here, then the same thing happened in the other two towns. So
100%.
so
All the towns are complicit in this. They're
So-
all corrupt.
no, but what I mean is, are we going to try to deal with the people in charge of the other two towns in a similar fashion, find proof that they're guilty, you know?
Well,
Burn the whole system down.
what do you think, Captain Indra? I mean, this is your town.
Yeah,
Did
maybe you
you
could provide us with some sort of letter for Bryn Shander and Targos.
do you want to go after those in the
Uh,
towns in the similar state? I mean,
I
your town was the one sending people out into the cold. You were part of that too. Well,
this has been a wave for the last 2 years, and suppose
It hasn't
we
worked
were
at
getting.
all.
The people of 10 towns are desperate, but what you've done here today, it feels like change is in the air. I will bring up the events, what have transpired here in East Haven. I will bring that up at the council meeting. It seems as though I'm going to be calling the shots around here for a little while. Normally, the council of 10 towns is held by the speakers alone, but I will have to attend in his place. Professor Shane she is very good with these kind of matters. She often has a wise sort of stance on these sort of things. She is the speaker of Bryn Shander. Maybe we can talk some sense into the rest of them.
I mean, Beaker Imdra has quite the ring to it.
And
Well,
people trust you, as they should.
Should they?
Well, as much as anyone. I mean,
I was asking Indra.
Oh.
Should they trust you?
yes. Well, this is a philosophical question, I guess. We've seen
Do
what
you-
people can do
do you-
during desperate times.
Let
I
me
suppose we've
clarify.
learned a lesson.
Let me clarify my question then. Do you genuinely have the best interests of this town in mind with everything you do? Because that's what the speaker's supposed to do. Do you genuinely have their best interests at heart and not your own?
I do.
Do I
I
believe
wouldn't
her?
have said that when. Yeah, you can roll. She says I wouldn't have said that when I first arrived here, but over the years I've grown attached to this place. Six. She's trying to remain kind of professional, and she can tell that you're asking a very armed question.
Can I guidance that roll?
Yeah,
Yeah.
you can.
Okay.
But she's remaining pretty stalwart in that.
Not that helps much.
So it's an 8. Yeah, she's trying to remain quite professional here, and you can see from around the rest of the group, they seem to respect her quite a bit. There isn't like the jeering or heckling or whisperings amongst the townsfolk, unlike the speaker, who's getting probably shit thrown at him now at this point. She seems to command an aura of respect about her. I promise to keep everyone here safe, best I can. It's what I've been trained to do, and I don't plan on changing my standing duty anytime soon. I told you before I was a witch. No, I didn't. Did you? Did I? I was a witch hunter before I came here to Icewindale. I left the order perhaps 20 years ago on a somewhat sour note. I successfully hunted down a coven of Phlegethos cultists and burned them, and their human sacrifice.
You burned their human
Alive.
sacrifice?
Yes. Alive, rather than risk them escaping. Amongst the casualties was a number of high-ranking noble sons and daughters. But that wasn't the biggest concern. The biggest problem was that burning them may have well played into the hands of Phlegethos and counted as a grander sacrifice than the cultists intended. The political fallout and the mild disaster forced the leadership of the order to dismiss me. But I am not, so I'm saying I am not without fault. If I make mistakes, it is not for lack of care or ability. It is simply because there are difficult decisions to be made sometimes. There is no right or wrong answers sometimes. You have to pick the lesser of two evils. But I've changed and grown a lot since then. I was a coward. I left bitterly. But coming here to Icewindale just to avoid the attention of noble families, I found that running doesn't solve anything. I'm ready to stand my ground this time and fight to the bitter end, even if this cold does claim us all.
Can I ask a question? Just, and you can answer this or not if Are you gonna keep sacrificing people to the cold?
A lot can change in a month's time. And, as I've said, the council meeting of 10 towns will happen before that occurs. I intend to perhaps offer a change. The other towns, they offer warmth as sacrifice. They burn wood. And other towns, they offer up food. I, for one, have seen enough bloodshed here. If they would at least agree to change the sacrifice, instead of people, I think that would be a start, at least.
That's probably the best thing I've heard you say all day.
I agree.
Yeah.
She nods. And as she says that, then you guys all kind of in agreement. You see off in the distance, there's this aurora that begins to appear over East Haven. It's far off in the distance where Speaker Wayland disappeared to into the cold, into the snow. You can barely see their form out from here, perhaps just this faint little dark blur against the snow. But the aurora seems to shift and almost magically form into a pair of eyes, these yellow sort of eyes that appear to be staring almost directly down at Speaker Wayland. And just for a moment, you can almost feel a cold chill rush across East Haven. And at that point, the shimmering eyes begin to sort of dissipate back into an aurora.
Does it always do that?
She
Mhm.
shakes her head. No, I've not seen the aurora do something like that before. Perhaps it is a sign that
Oh
Aurora
no.
accepts this as a sacrifice, or
Or another, she's
maybe
possessing another human. Oh no.
I don't know what it means.
I
Well,
don't know
if
that
we had
I,
so much trouble with one little ghost earlier today, guess what we're gonna have to
yeah.
go after? The big boy. Or girl.
Speaker
Or owl, whatever it
Wayland.
happens to be.
Yeah, Speaker Wayland comes back.
You call him to come back.
No, we don't.
Sorry.
Let's leave him
Okay.
out.
No, he's
No,
gone.
no,
Yeah.
no. If he comes back,
All
not
right, if he comes back. Yeah,
if
the
he
only
comes.
thing you see from Speaker Wayland is like this slight flash of light, but after that, it's completely swallowed by the darkness. No idea what that was. Indra seems to be concerned as well, though.
Maybe it's the first person that's actually worth sacrificing.
A worthy gift.
Hmm.
Do you think she's mad that she won't get any sacrifices anymore?
Auril? Auril is always mad. She's the cruelest goddess I've even heard of.
Yeah. Never mind. I just don't know what she's gonna run out of people soon if she keeps this up, you know. You can't just be devouring people forever. The supply's gonna run out. I don't get it.
Speaking of devouring, please ride this way. And she offers you entry into the wet trout. Let's go get some food. Devour
Food.
some devour some food.
Devour some feet? Sorry?
Food.
I mean,
Although you did,
Fish.
and she does remark, you did cut that head awfully well in one hit.
Oh,
Hulla.
thank you. Yeah. Keep my axe sharp.
Thank you.
Hmm. Yes. Wow.
actually, no,
I
there's
will
big
leave it.
tables over here.
Yeah, there's two different sections you can go to in the wet trout. It's a nice, comfortable inn. Let me get some description for you. Ah, yes, the wet trout. It's located near the docks. It's the largest and loudest tavern in East Haven. You can see it's got a ribald atmosphere. There seems to be rumor mongering as well. There's plenty to chat about, and it seems word has already traveled to people's ears. Do you hear that the murderer has been put down? Yes, Captain Indra has the body. They say that the head was taken off by one of the... And here they come now. They seem to know who you are as well. Word has got around from the militia enough that they see you and they all pick up their drinks and perhaps cross over to the other side, knowing not to fuck with you. And you can see the current owner and proprietor is that same dragonborn that you saw earlier, the white scaled one. She is quite a stern look on her face, almost like as if she's been overhearing this conversation about Oriel. And she hovers near the table for a moment later and says, "What can I get you? My name is Nimetra. Welcome to the Wet Trout."
Are these all knucklehead trouts that you serve?
We serve, yes, knucklehead trout.
By chance, did you ever find a ring in any of them?
She says, have you... One second, hold on.
Wow. DM.
Sorry about that. All right. Anyway. Sorry, so you was asking about knucklehead trout?
Yeah, if by chance they'd come up, if they serve, well, wet trout here, maybe they came across a ring
Oh,
in
right.
any of them.
She says, a ring? What do you expect, some sort of treasure for your grand heroics here?
No, I'm just looking for the missing ring.
She shrugs. She doesn't seem to be caring or even bothered. Someone seems to have like a little bit of an attitude with you guys.
Stew, bread, and a red wine.
Stew,
Wine,
bread,
eh?
and beer, if you have.
We're
Ale,
running low
whatever.
on... We have some, but we are running low on mead. Sadly, good mead hasn't been supplying as much as it used to.
Yeah, supposedly they got robbed by a 9-foot-tall giant.
Then I will take what you've got that's warm, hot, and cooked.
Yep,
Lots of bread and cheese if you've got it.
She she nods and walks away back into the kitchen. Later you see a couple of waitresses and waiters bring out the food for you.
And I'll order a bowl for bits as well.
Okay. Cool.
Did we not do good here? Like,
I don't know.
like
They don't seem to appreciate being rid of a serial killer / ghost.
There might be some who think that the serial killer was doing the right thing.
He was, in a way.
But then we also, like, stopped their corrupt leader, and they don't seem to appreciate that either.
Uncovered the corruption, maybe.
Sometimes people don't appreciate it when the system that they're used to seems to suddenly come tumbling down.
That's exactly
it's
it.
like
Showing the flaws.
A frog in a pot. People will stay like frogs in a pot. The hotter and hotter it gets, because at least it's not change.
How do you cook your frogs? Like,
What's a frog?
Like, frog is a small amphibian that lives in the marshes, and you've got two ways of eating them. You can boil them up, which isn't as good, but the legs have muscle on them. They're like chicken wings. And if you can get a pan of oil, if you've got any oil with you that's cooking oil, you can fry them up. A little bit of flour, salt, and pepper. It's good stuff.
Do you normally
And
like boil your food alive though? Going off that
Oh,
analogy,
no,
is that how do you know that?
no,
Some seafood
because,
you do have to cook them live. I mean,
yeah, I mean, yeah, there is, I traveled all the way from Weep, all the way through the Heartlands and the Dale. And it's just amazing what people will eat when they're hungry.
you don't say. Yeah.
Anyway,
Yeah. People. Well, sure. People up here will eat frogs and be happy for it if you give them a chance.
I don't think I've ever seen or heard of a frog.
Oh,
They're just
I promise you, if
little
we
wee
take,
things.
yeah,
Yeah.
if we take you south, you and I are going to go frog gigging one night. We will find a swamp and we will go frog gigging. It is so much fun.
I'll take your
And
word for it.
and then you know, and you're in a swamp. You are looking for the little old lady who has lived there her whole life. And people who have to eat food out of a swamp learn how to season it. It will taste incredible, but you don't ask what's in the bowl. You
Uh-oh.
Texas coming
never
up
ask
there.
what's in the bowl. You eat it and enjoy. Nope, we're next to Louisiana, and trust me, some of the best gumbo in the world. But you do not ask what they put in it. You just eat it and be glad that you're not
Good
dying.
lord.
Oh,
okay.
so that's Brandee and Ashanti's knowledge. So
Brilliant.
Ashanti.
Crack me up.
As Geist is eating his food, he's going to be thinking on the spirit that they fought, because it had like tribal marking and stuff, and obviously had like a wolf-like appearance, and he's trying to think if he recognizes like tribal markings at all from like stories or perhaps tribes he's dealt with in the past.
Yeah, absolutely. And you've got a whole host of other people around here who might also heard. Go ahead, roll me a. This would actually be a nature check. And what did you get?
14.
14. She had these kind of druidic-looking trinkets and symbols around her arm. You saw
Actually,
that
that should
tattoo
have
that
been
was.
a 12. It didn't take the 2 off for the exhaustion.
Did it not?
No. Because I don't have any bonuses to nature, so that should be on a -2, I think.
No, yeah, you're right. Weird. Okay. Well, it's a 12.
Yep.
I'll still say that you definitely spotted some sort of druidic like markings on them, but not being able to speak druidic and not having even a druid in the party, you couldn't really speak to what any of that meant or what she was a part of. The fur skins that she had didn't denote any tribe that you're from. Like she definitely isn't part of the Reged tribes. Some perhaps even more outside of that. A wanderer, a hermit, for all you can know. Like, yeah, it's going to be a hard check considering you've never seen anything quite like it. If they're away from society, which they did appear to be, like someone raised by wolves, who knows, then they're not going to be very identifiable.
So, I believe we have a story of the missing statue.
Yes.
What do you mean we have a story of the missing statue?
Well, you said once we got to more comfortable sittings, you'd you knew about the statue?
Oh, yeah. I know who has it.
Oh.
I don't know where it is.
What's that about then? How does someone take a whole ass statue?
That also I don't know. There's a group of dwarves, Durgar. They have some magic. They seem to be thieving and criminal types. Yeah, they helped me break into the prison to get you all out, and their prize was going to be the statue. My prize was you.
Oh,
Oh, that's nice.
So
that's
they helped me get in. They helped cause a distraction,
Oh.
and you're all free, and the statue's gone now. That's basically it.
I don't
That's-
suppose they said why they wanted it.
No, but it was made of the Chardolins, so I can't imagine it was anything on the up and up. I'm sure they're using it for their own nefarious reasons. But they made a deal. I made a deal. We both upheld our end of the bargain, and that's that. Truth be told, I was planning to double cross them at some point, and would have wanted to prevent them from taking the statue. But it is what it is. They
Yeah,
got it.
a lot of money, probably.
A lot of money in that statue with some people I know.
Maybe
Well-
we need to build some good karma for a bit.
Yeah. At least
You know,
That's
at
why I
least we
was
know
going to
who-
take part in the snow carving competition, because it just sounds like a good time.
Yeah, at least we know who the contacts were of that dwarga we buried.
Hmm.
But
Yeah,
snow carving-
they're probably related. It was an older guy whose name I will Dirth Sunblight, I think his name was. Yeah, Sunblight.
Sounds like
And
No one's heard of them.
that's the guy's name. So if you ever hear that name, he's the one who has it. Maybe they're a cult of some sort. They're worshiping it. Maybe they're trying to sell it. Maybe they're just gonna go crazy on their own, and we'll have to kill them later on.
Well, does Sunblight sound like people who are really into oral to you?
Well,
I don't
she
know.
has blocked out the sun for 2 years, and the name Sunblight seems to fit with that. So, could be. Sometimes a name is just a name, though.
Suppose.
My name is
What?
just a number, just a sequential number. Doesn't
I
mean
am-
anything.
Do you want a
not-
different name? You can give it yourself a different name at any time, really, if you want.
Mm,
and
You
it's
don't have
not
to.
just an. I'm sorry,
Go ahead.
Hulla.
No, go ahead.
It's not just a number. It's a number that means you to us. So we will call you anything you'd like for us to call you, but it's not just a number anymore. Maybe at a
thank
time
you.
it was just a number.
That's fine. I was merely trying to make the point that sometimes a name is just a name.
In my tribe, a name is something that you earn.
So, what does your name mean then?
Well, my name is a temporary name whilst I'm on my journeys, but it means good spirit. Because it was said
And you have
that
a vengeful spirit inside you, so there's.
yes, there is that. Due to my actions in my initial coming of age trials, it was said that I was blessed by the wolf spirit, hence why I was given good spirit as the name. So,
Sara-Jane? Sara-Jane, sorry? That's.
I still didn't
Sorry,
quite catch
are you
that.
asking me? Sarah. I don't know. In any case, I'll say that as you guys are talking about things and stuff, you can see the Mistra definitely walking by occasionally. There is a moment when she kind of stops in her tracks and looks over her shoulder at you guys. You can all roll insight. Barry's already rolled, but everyone else can roll insight as well.
I'm focused on other things.
Yeah, you are. Hulla, you noticed, perhaps maybe because of the talk of gods and such, it's the... Oh. And Ashanti, you noticed, perhaps it's from this angle when she passes the table. You can see she pauses when you've mentioned Oriel, and she looks over her shoulder at you, and then continues to walk on. And she goes to a table where she seems to be serving a tiefling who seems to be inconsolable. For some reason, they're very upset, and they seem to be drinking quite heavily. This is like maybe the 6th empty tankard that Nemistra has had to take away from the table, and now she places down another one. You're not helping the meat shortage, Scython. And the tiefling's just like, I'm sorry. It's just, that was everything. That was my beautiful boat. Was it really yours? And she says, yes. Oh,
that
I'm
reminds
sorry.
me.
Go on.
Oh, I'm just gonna leave it at that. That reminds me. There's more. I'll tell you after.
Yeah. It was. This guy says, I worked that ferry for so long. It was my livelihood. It was almost my house. Well, it wasn't much good when the lake was frozen. Yeah, but you let it fall into disrepair anyway. You're not helping the Metra. In fact, go get some more mead. Anyway, she walks off. You see this poor tiefling just sinking his worries in another tankard.
We know what ferry this was? Is this...
I don't think we've been to
No.
the docks yet. Except
No,
for...
right, because, I mean, we
have.
did destroy a ferry but he would have had to portage it across lakes. So this can't be the one that Barritomus worked on.
Oh no, that was a
That was
completely
several
different.
cities ago.
Whatever's going on at that table, I don't think that has anything to do with us.
Lately, everything's had to do something with us. I've stopped making that assumption.
It sounds like the ship owner wasn't taking care of their boat properly, and maybe a candle got knocked over or something by their own mistake.
That is a shame. Yep. Poor housekeeping can really take a toll.
To say, I didn't think this place had a docks anymore. Last time we went past, it was all burnt down.
Maybe he lost his boat in the fire.
Yeah, who knows?
Maybe.
Oh well.
If y'all take on a quest,
Someone else's
please
problem.
take it on in the morning. Just one night. I beg of you, one night of sleep.
No more
One.
questions.
That's all I'm asking for.
All right.
That does remind me, since we're talking about our quest, we have now solved the mystery of the ongoing serial murder.
Yep.
We've resolved some issues in this town, kind of, not really. Got you out of jail. What's our next step? We're not chasing anybody anymore. We have to go back to prove the murder's dead. Is that it?
I
Yeah,
guess.
I think we
and
gotta go get paid.
And the Chewingas as well.
The
That's
ch-
all
oh,
All the
important.
Chewingas. Should we go solve this mead issue? At least give
We
them
could
something to
do.
drink.
We could do. I mean, there's also the snow carving contest if we potentially want to. I imagine there's some sort of prize for that, so we could earn
yeah.
something from
Oh
doing
yeah,
something a
you
little
are very keen on
less.
the snow carving contest.
I mean,
How
I mean,
How
I
long
mean,
until that
it's.
happens? Is that
I think
tomorrow? Is that
it's. I
today?
think it's soon, but to be honest, I could also, and I think a couple of others could do with a little bit of a day or two to fully get on our feet.
I
Like,
could use a day or two of rest. Yeah.
I got quite battered by that. Well, not by the ghost, surprisingly, but by the other. And also, I still have a question I can ask the woman in my head, so we might be able to find out something useful. I
That also
believe.
reminds me. The guy before whose head we now have. I have one of his swords. It's a little droopy now, but
It's I think being in the hearth, like near the fire, it's probably melted to just like a small little round blob.
no.
Yeah.
Is it
It's
ice? It's not like a magical sword. It's just ice.
it
Literally
is just ice. Yeah.
Oh,
It
oh,
is.
never mind. I throw it in the fire.
Okay. You hear a
I
sizzle
thought
as it goes.
I thought that the sword may have been something powerful that one of you could have used or something like that.
One
Apparently
could
it's
have
just
definitely
ice.
you know what? One could have totally mistaken it for that if the spirit was still alive. It seems as soon as that passed on, now it too has passed on.
Yeah, well, I'm not the smartest, so either way.
All right. So you guys do want to just chill here for a day and recuperate, recover. Okay.
Yes, please.
Yeah.
All
Are we
right.
gonna still sleep in the in the stable area, or are we gonna
I
sleep in
mean-
actual rooms?
Fairly confident she's not going to want us back after we got her arrested for possession of stolen goods.
Oh yeah, that was that.
Actually, we do have a little bit of money now that Sefek doesn't need his cash anymore. So yeah, if we
We
wanted
could
to stay at the inn, we could probably afford it.
Ah, so
Oh,
rooms on
thank
Suffolk.
you.
Rooms on Sefek.
Sure.
you,
You
Paula.
want to go to the White Lady Inn and get a room there? That's not a problem.
Yeah, that's.
I will say.
think I'd prefer the White Lady to this place. They
Yeah.
don't seem to like us here very much.
Yeah, and but before we go, I'd like to order a bone for Bits, so she's got something to chew on.
Sure.
So
All
I
right.
suppose we
yeah.
need
they've
to settle
got
our tap here as well.
Yeah, we'll say like 5 silver for
okay.
a lot of you.
Okay.
6 for a bowl of stew for for Bits.
I'll pay for myself and Bits. Thank you.
But as you guys begin to get up and discuss heading towards the White Lady Inn for rest or recuperation, that is when, guys, you feel your body kind of freeze up, unable to kind of move in that direction for a second, and you hear the voice inside your head, inside your soul,
Oh no.
say,
We do not rest.
Oh Lord.
I mean, you might not, but I need to, otherwise I'm not going to be much use for you getting your whole vengeance thing. I mean, if you want to leave and go do your own thing somewhere else and leave us be, you still owe me a question, but other than that, you are free to go.
Not whilst you still hold your promise.
So
But
I'm
we
just...
cannot sit idle whilst the guilty run amok.
Well, if you want me to be of any use, you're going to have to let me rest, because otherwise I'm going to pretty much just die the next time we come into a confrontation.
you roll a persuasion, or I'll even say a wisdom saving throw. Either one, they're pretty much on the same thing. I'll say wisdom save because you're trying to wrestle a little bit of willpower here.
Everybody else hears this. The one side of the conversation, right?
Maybe. It depends if Geist wants to say that stuff aloud.
Let me just save my save.
Yeah.
Well, he's frozen. He stopped walking, right? So he's like so
Just
something's up.
making sure I'm doing. Yeah, you know what.
So no, it's good.
Right, so nothing on that 2, so it should be -2. I'm just making sure.
Oh, I see you're playing around with exhaustion, yeah.
Yeah, I was
You
just.
should have done that for the skill earlier. I don't know why I didn't. Hey ho.
Yeah. So, I do. For some reason, it didn't take that one, but whatever.
Oh.
Hmm. There is this kind of overwhelming emotional sense that kind of like overpowers your body, and yet you realize very very harshly reminded that you are not in control of your own body. In fact, you are like completely at her will, and you feel like pushed back right to the back of your own mind as she almost takes the wheel, so to speak. Um,
To the white lady, then I guess.
yeah,
Yeah.
you guys begin heading there as Geist seemingly pulls away from the group as you guys head to the inn. It's not. It's more subtle though. It's not like he suddenly just announces he's leaving. You guys are all kind of dragging your feet to the inn, and then you just see perhaps Geist duck in to an alley and disappear.
Do we
Do-
see that?
Do we
You
notice?
see it, but you know what? Geist, roll me a stealth check.
Okay, this would be -2, I think. But
Nice.
Oh.
He just disappears like a ghost, like he just went through the wall.
All right. Does he have Labrys with him, or do we need to grab Labrys?
That's a good point, actually. Labrys is with you guys, so you can head back to the stable with them. Yeah.
Yeah,
Whereas Geist is on his own mission.
I don't think Labrys would be able to sneak away that easy.
That's true. Yeah. Okay. All right. Well, then, in that case, I'll take the rest of you to the inn. Whilst Geist hits the town. Okay.
God damn it.
What else? What else did I need to roll? Let's roll that.
He's gonna have.
Going.
Perfect. Okay, I need to roll a d4 for this. Actually, there's 5 of you. Let's make it d5. It's Hulla. Okay.
What?
Let's see.
What?
We're not going to get sleep. I just know it. In my heart of hearts, I might as well just prepare for the fact we're not getting sleep.
I'm certainly not.
Level up.
Oh God!
That's all this is. Hulla's getting a level up.
You still got that pepper shaker on your inventory. I see, Hulla.
Did I not trade that for something?
No.
Not yet.
Oh, okay. Yeah. In that case, yes.
Okay. When you go to lay down in bed tonight and you're sorting out your equipment and gear, you notice that the pepper shaker seems to be missing, and perhaps that's when you consider yourself. Did I trade that for something?
I can't
Oh, you're
remember what I
not.
did with that. I remember offering to trade it, but did I actually?
No.
I must have. It's not here. That's weird.
Yeah. You see, everyone sees Hulla kind of rooting around for something, but not finding it.
Hey,
In the meantime,
Barritomus, did I give you back your pepper shaker?
No. You were keeping it safe. I agreed you could keep hold of it.
Oh, okay. Huh.
Yeah.
That's no. I can't.
I mean, if you traded it for gold or something, that's fine. That's what I was going to do.
I was trying to. Yeah.
Is it
But,
that rat of a
oh,
pickpocket
that
we
bloody
know?
bard. That bloody bard. No, wait.
Really just arrived here.
Wait. We haven't been near him.
Yes.
Someone at the tavern robbed us after all we did for them. Oh,
It's a
I
town
hate
of
this
thieves.
town. I hate this town.
The whole town is corrupt. They're all thieves. They're all liars. They're all scoundrels.
Yeah.
This
You
is what
did
we walked into.
come in on them burning a person. I mean, it's a pretty bad end.
And
introduction.
nobody was saying anything against it.
No,
Okay.
no,
I, s-
no
I
one
swear,
was.
I swear to God, if it was Captain Ninja.
She wouldn't. No, she wouldn't.
I mean, it's
Actually, she
legal.
would. It is legal. It is. I hate this town. Sorry.
You say that as you're like as you walk into the White Lady Inn. And
Sorry. No offense. I didn't mean that. Just. Damn it.
We got
you see
something.
see Barbitan look up and kind of rolls his eyes. But in any case, you make it here. You can pay for rooms for the night.
I'll pay for rooms for everybody. We'll set
Yeah,
it.
Okay.
I'm a little low on money.
No, I'm grateful that she has the money Suffolk donated to us.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
All right. So for the rooms for tonight, they're not actually rooms, so to speak, but more of a communal place to rest. But it's out of the cold, and it's warm enough that you can get a night's sleep.
Does it come with breakfast?
Yes, we can sort you out rations for tomorrow.
Cool.
All right, so that'll probably be like
3, 4. How
5
many
of
of us is
you.
there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
So we take. Are we gonna take watch if it's communal?
I
Like,
think. Yeah. Is that
Yeah.
okay?
Is Geist
Yeah.
going first or wait?
It's
Where
2
is Geist?
silver. Yeah, that's when you notice he's gone.
He was right
He's-
behind us.
2 silver pieces each.
Gotcha. I toss him a gold.
I have
Right.
something that can help with this as well, but first, and I'll walk off.
I can
What do you-
put bits on guard tonight to help with, I mean, to help see if she, she sees anybody lurking around our stuff.
That's a good idea. Yeah. Hey, where did 607 go? Does he go after a Geist?
I don't
Not
know.
here, is he?
I'm so
You
sore
can
and tired. I haven't noticed a thing in ages.
607. You walk into the back room and you can see that it has been ransacked. Several of the what they called futons have been ripped open, and
Shit.
tables been overturned. Yeah, they searched this quite thoroughly. And
I'll do
Ronaldo,
another check. I'll do another check just in case they missed something.
all right. Go ahead, roll me an investigation check. Maybe some leftover candles. Who knows?
Maybe something.
No, they were pretty thorough. Aside from just a couple of candles laying around.
Ah, shit.
Yeah,
I will.
unfortunate. And you reminded
Yeah.
Ronaldo is still in prison, probably unconscious. Poor guy.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, so Geist. This night is a bit of a blur as you are rushed from house to house, forcing entry and stealing from, well, passerbys, but it feels as though you're not just stealing indiscriminately. It's not like you're just taking people's belongings for the sake of it. No, it feels as though there's intention behind every single thing that is being stolen. And most of the things are things that could fit inside like one's pocket. So they're all like pocket-sized objects. But I'd like you to give me a sleight of hand check, guys, as the night goes by. And that beats most commoners' passive perceptions. And during this night, you head back to the Wet Trout, and you come to that white-scaled Dragonborn again, and I guess in your head you would hear the voice here.
She is an Oro sympathizer. He worships her. She believes this town is being tested. She fully supports the sacrifices.
Your Geist is in his head. Are you expecting me to just kill her in cold blood here?
You hear kind of a silence from her for a moment. And says, For a moment, there's a pause, and then you hear again.
She is no different from the spirit you vanquished. The one that was doing Oral's bidding.
Except that she is going along with the will of the town, and while she might sympathize with Oral and believe it's the right thing, she is doing what she thinks is right. She's not necessarily betraying anyone or anything at this point. If we're going to end up trying to get vengeance on everyone that's ever supported Oral, we'll drown in the blood.
Yeah, you can roll me like another wisdom save, I guess, on this part.
Ooh.
That's actually good. You don't feel your hands reach for your weapons whilst you're in her presence. But yeah, you make your stance known pretty well.
If you want to deal with Oral as a problem, then we need to deal with the problem at the source. And whilst we might not be ready for that yet, that is a path. If you truly want your vengeance, that is the only way to do it. Killing those who are doing what they can to survive makes you no better than Oral.
No one knows where Oral lurks, where her lair is. Not even I.
Then we will hunt, as I have hunted before. We will follow the trails. We tracked down one murderer and stopped that. Why not track down the biggest murderer of them all?
This is your promise?
That is my promise.
So be it. Wealgeist.
And you feel the control lessen, and you feel you're this kind of like jerking momentum as your soul is sat back into its body. And as you look through the trinkets and things that you have found, among them is a scrimshaw with the letter W engraved into it. You do remember briefly stealing it back off of someone in town. It was probably someone from the wet trout, either one of just the patrons there, or people kind of walking past the table, maybe even one of the waiters. But yeah, or maybe it was the mistress herself. It was, like I said, that kind of part was all a bit of a blur as you went from room to room and people to person. But yeah, I'm going to say that you do get a couple of items of note, but it's impossible to get all these back to people who they belong to. I'm gonna roll this. I'm gonna roll this real quick. You got 4 gold, and can you roll on the trinket table? It's 1 sec. Is it available for you to roll?
Yeah.
Actually, it's available for Jamey, but not yours. And we give you. You can roll for it if you've got it there already.
Yeah, I can roll for it.
James has got permission now as well.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
How many times am I rolling?
Just roll 1 for now. See what you get. If I'm pleased with it. Okay, cool. You got an elf figurine carved from whalebone. That's a small one, as I say. It's about big enough to fit in someone's pocket. And you can roll another one, actually.
Okay.
Cameo depicting a Murph. Damaged Scrimshaw cameo depicting a Murpho. Interesting. Yeah. Okay. So you can add those to your inventory. That's the good news, is you get these kind of stolen items back. But the bad news is you spend all night doing this and you don't get the benefits of a long rest. Which is rough. But at the very least, you didn't murder someone in addition to all these thefts. You've wrestled the willpower enough to make see the ghost see some sense. The White Lady knows that you can't just kill everybody. But yeah, you return at some point during the early hours to the White Lady Inn. I'm assuming, to try and get what rest you possibly can. And I'm gonna say you are enough. It's enough to get maybe a short rest in.
Take a short rest, then I guess.
Yeah, you like close your eyes, lay down, and then about an hour later you hear the clinking of tankards, the bustle of people, and someone, maybe even Bits, is like licking your face to wake you up, and everyone else is awake as well. You can all have a long rest, guys, except for Geist.
Before we sleep in the room,
okay.
I am going to ritual cast alarm around the room so that the doors and windows and points of entry are covered in case somebody does decide to come in.
That is a little bit of a tricky one, though. Bear in mind this is a communal room, so like for example, you'll have 5 other people like sleeping next to you.
Jeez.
So it's hard. Yeah, it's hard to get an alarm spell that will exclude everyone. So I'm gonna say can do it, but it will probably go off at one point where like a late night patron enters the room. You shoot awake. You can see someone does walk in, but they go towards a far end, like sleeping bag, and then they just tuck themselves in.
Okay, well, I'm just gonna be. I'll be just sort of sitting instead of sleeping. So I'm just doing my sentry's rest. So I'll just, when they come up and leave, I'll just keep an eye on any time it goes off. And
okay.
And if it's good, then I'll just stay motionless.
One thing that does happen during the night, as you are staying awake, that you would notice. This is very bizarre, but yeah, why not give you this? There is a man in cold weather clothing trying to stay bundled up, but he seems like he stays awake for a little bit longer than others. Let me get rid of these. And as soon as he does fall asleep, you see a bald man with robes kind of walk over to him, and he tries to steal something from him. So there's still some pickpocketing going on in this town, but it's not you at least. But as soon as you see that, you see the man shoot up, awake, and bring a knife to this man in the bald man's head, right to his throat. Sorry. And there's a bit of a murmuring between the two, and then you see the bald-headed man punch the guy on the floor before he has a chance to like get up from the floor. Like he's almost like stunned and like bleeding from the jaw, from a busted lip. And before he has a chance to retaliate, you see him kind of like walk away, and he says something about "Don't touch my goats," and then he walks back and sits into.
I was gonna say, like, how many goats are in the room too?
None at this point, but yeah, there seems to be a bit of a disagreement between these two gentlemen. Yeah. Other than that, he rolls back over and tries to get some rest, but you can see him nursing his face for the rest of the night.
So, Chris, totally out of game. Is there a reason we're in the room with the other party?
Because they happen to be resting here last session as well.
Okay, just checking. I wasn't sure if our stories were about to collide.
They get up earlier than you guys and head off out of the room. But Yeah, there are other adventurers in Icewindale. You've seen them on the session 1. Those guys who headed up to the mountain. But anyway, you guys have got a long rest.
We'll get up and have breakfast, but I'm going to ask everybody, do you think we should stay here a day to give Geist a day to rest and get over his
Uh,
exhaustion? I don't know
Um,
that I want to go out into the blizzard again and risk his health. I mean, one
I'm
day
still a
delay
little
on
bit
getting,
exhausted too, so I would
yeah,
like to
I
stay.
mean,
Besides, he
Yeah.
wants to do the
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 ice
ice
sculpture
carving
thing, yeah.
contest. Yeah.
Yeah, I think
And
maybe.
I
Yeah,
Okay.
we can stay here longer and take a
Just
day
a,
or two. How
just
many
another
days
day
do
or
we
two.
need, guys? How many days do you need to get back to whatever your regular is?
Assuming my companion will actually let me sleep, glares at thing, I think maybe 2 days.
Okay.
Well, we're not. Are we in a hurry to get back?
No,
think
we got
so,
nothing
right?
on our table right now. We can stay here for a month
maybe,
if we wanted to.
yeah, maybe we could tie you to your bed tonight.
Angry spirit noises.
We've had discussions. If you want me to be able to do what I need to promise, I'm going to need to be able to sleep.
There's no response, but you are in control at this point.
All right.
Just last night, it seemed there was a disagreement.
Well, as Ashanti, I would like to spend the day repacking my packs, mending any damaged straps or anything, sharpening my weapons. I imagine the cold is not good for the metals, so really caring for my halberd and my axes. So just hanging around the tavern, taking care of stuff. I can even sharpen other people's weapons if I finish
Yeah.
mine and everything early enough.
Well, you're checking over your gear. Sorry, you're making sure that everything's there this time, and you double check the little leather thong that carries the amulet, and it is there. Something in the back of your mind maybe does wonder what that Char, what was his name? Well, Ronaldo, the scammer, was talking about, but I think both you and Hulla kind of dismissed him after you announced him as a charlatan.
Right.
But
I agree.
okay. All right. Anything else anyone wants to do in the morning?
I'm going to head over to Barry and ask him if he is able to repair my armor that got sundered.
Oh yeah,
Considering
give it
he
a go.
repair stuff.
Not as we know, used to trinkets, but a small little scrape or something. Maybe I can give that a tinker with.
I also have some scrimshaw that may need repairing, but I'll show you that later.
Oh, wait. When did you get that?
Last night.
Oh, you partook in. I see.
Well,
Never took
I
you for
didn't.
that kind of. No, it's okay. It's legal here. I just never took you for the type. But
well, I mean, Geist just sort of looks at them and it's like, you didn't take me for the type to do that, didn't we? I'm not even gonna ask.
Yeah, you broke into a place
we
together.
broke into the town hall and stole 500 gold. I mean, it's not like.
yeah, but that was technically that was me, and also technically we were only there for information. We weren't actually there for stealing.
I believe the items that I have come into possession may have been stolen goods in the first place. And so to try to make up for it, Spirity McSpirit, who has not a white lady, has basically stolen them back. I may or may not have almost gone to kill the owner of the wet trout, but that's a story for another day.
Well, if you're called Geist, right? So what if we call it Polty?
Yeah, cool. Why not?
Yeah, we'll call the ghost Polty.
Yeah.
The White Lady.
The White Lady Polty.
Yeah, Barry, you could repair this armor with just a few materials. It'd probably put you back about 5 gold to do it.
Geist has got 5 gold to do that because
I have 4 gold and 4 silver.
You might be able to stretch that and do it.
Can we try and persuade them to give it the materials for less?
Yeah, or you might be good in your handiwork that you don't need it all. So,
Oh, okay.
you know what? You can either roll a persuasion check to get to haggle down, or you can roll your tinkerer's tools to make better use of it.
I will do persuasion.
You do both. Okay, all right. Persuade, and just nope.
Oh.
No. That's
I
just
mean,
a fail. You can't.
A one on a Tinker's would have been just as bad.
That's true. No, you're gonna need that extra gold to get those materials.
Well, no rush.
Yep.
It's not offering me much protection at the moment, anyway.
I'm okay with us using some of the gold we found from Savik. We need you up on your feet and working.
Yeah. Speaking of working, bartender person, when's the snow carving competition?
Oh, I heard Imdra was organizing it for today. But
Awesome.
yes, she's also investigating a matter in the town hall. You'll find her there.
Well, I suppose.
No, I am not going back.
Yeah, we got a lot. Yeah.
No, we've ticked a fair few off, going off our list.
Something about a stolen statue.
Oh well, that's nothing to do with us.
Yeah.
Not I.
I mean,
They say that there were pieces left of it.
How many pieces?
Something must have shattered it into pieces. I don't know, to carry more easily. Must have occurred during the attack last night. The spirit was going haywire.
What a shame.
I heard several guards lost their lives.
Wow, theft in this town is just awful, isn't it?
Yes.
Is that that theft is legal then? Because theft in this town is legal. So stealing that giant statue is
I
just
think
fine.
it's only pickpocketing that's legal, right?
Yeah,
or like
is
small
still...
theft.
Right.
I mean, they made it smaller.
I mean, I suppose that's the point. If you broke it down into small enough pieces and had enough people steal it, would that be technically legal then?
It beats
I guess
me.
the question is between. I think it's between the pickpocketing and the actual breaking and entering, because that maybe is what it is.
To be fair, when it happened, the town hall was open to the public, so it wouldn't have been breaking and entering because it was open for everyone.
That's true.
So
still theft, but not. What's the difference between theft and pickpocketing? Does anybody know?
I think pickpocketing, you actually have to take it off of a person.
Yeah, you have to lift it off them.
Yeah.
Well, I guess a ghost doesn't class as a person because they technically lifted the statue off the ghost.
In any case, the snowman competition, it can be held today. But you guys want to do anything else in town? Oh, you're getting your armor repaired. Yeah, guys, you just...
Yeah, I mean...
Scrub that gold off, and then...
I'll go.
If Hulla...
I'll stay here at the inn. Last time I went there, bad things happened.
I'll take my gold off, and then if someone is able to donate 1 gold to have my armor repaired, that'd be great.
Or Savik will donate you 1 gold.
Okay, thank you. Right.
There you go. All right.
I'm curious about going to the hall, but I also want to stick close to Hulla, wherever she's going.
Okay.
I don't know where I'm going. I'm just gonna wander the town, I think. I'm gonna wander
Okay,
around
I'm
Hulla.
gonna speak with Hulla at least for now, and then I'll make my way to the town after I have a quick chat with her.
Yep. Let's do that now.
Hey, you coming with? I was just gonna go see if there was another temple other than the Storm Lord guy.
Oh, temples aren't my thing, but
Oh.
I did want to have a quick chat with you about something anyway. In the
Okay.
meantime,
Okay. Is it about the head?
not about the head, no, but my brother just seemed to have a history of criminal activity. Is this
Me? Yeah.
you speak thieves' cant, or you worked with thieves, or what's up with that?
Well, I used to be part of a band of pirates.
Okay.
So we did a lot of raiding on the seas to the south of here.
Okay.
It wasn't always very good behavior. I'm trying to reform it now.
Yeah.
Trying to be a little bit better about killing and attacking and banditry and things, but
And that's the turn to clerichood.
yeah. So I mean, after getting almost dying a couple of times and being rescued by Hades and his ilk, he kind of showed me that I wasn't on a very good path and I needed to kind of right some wrongs. So that's why I'm here and not going further south where the weather is more logical. Does it bother you? It's not a secret that my past is not exactly
No, I knew you were a little unsavory. Oh, I shouldn't say that.
well,
I knew you were of that ilk for some time, but you and I never had a chance to have a one-on-one conversation. This is something I would prefer to do alone, just in case others overhear something when I ask my questions.
right. Well, I mean, ask away. I don't the temple knows that the reason that I converted, and they seem to
Yeah.
think that as long as I'm doing my best to make up for things, then
You still have ties to those pirates?
no, they're I don't know. I'm not sure what happened to the captain, but everybody else died in the cold. We got stuck in a storm and we had to abandon ship because the ship was stuck in the ice. And
This is when Sefik found you. That same time.
we were sheltering in a cave, and just I was the only one who survived, and I barely even did that. It was there.
Did you kill any of them?
No, no, I would never. You don't do that to your crew. That was my family. That was my mother and father and my mentor, and they were my friends. They're
Sometimes family's not all it's cracked up to be.
Well, they weren't the best parents in the world. I mean, they did raise me to be a bandit, but they're still my parents, and we. No, I would never, 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 never kill them.
Well,
The storm did.
never really had a family like that myself,
You don't.
as you know.
No.
Well,
Well, you don't think that the person who made you was like a parent?
Dr. Lysell was a creator, an inventor, and maybe I'm a good draft, but I don't think I was a final draft,
Hmm.
if you know what I mean.
What about other drafts? Do you have siblings or
What are the drafts? 605 and 606?
yeah, or
They're long
608
gone.
even? Oh,
There's no 608.
there's no one after you?
There's no
Oh,
608.
I'm sorry to
I
hear
was
that.
lost.
It
It
must
is
have been
what it
tough.
is.
So why are you looking for your creator? Is that why you're here?
Oh, no need to look for where she is. I know where she is.
Did you kill her? Are you a
I
murderer?
didn't.
You.
Not so much.
Oh. Are you sad that she's
Um,
gone?
It's a difficult thing to say. Emotions at that time were not the same as they are now, let's say. Things have changed since then. But
The,
I do know that Dr. Lysell, has passed on to the next whatever happens to be after this.
hmm.
I'm looking for answers.
Well, then you need a temple, my friend.
Not those
You
kind
sure
of
do.
answers. Not those kind of people.
Oh,
The people who have the answers are not temple goers.
the people who
They're not
killed
divine.
your doctor?
Oh, the people who killed my doctor. Well, they weren't pirates necessarily, but they were criminals.
I'm sorry.
Hence my line of questioning for you here.
Well, I've killed a few people, but always in raids and things, and always on the seas. I've never.
Um,
I don't think we've
Killing
ever
people
killed a
isn't so
scientist.
much my problem. We've all killed somebody here. I've been a present to killing a number of people. I've killed some people here while you've known me.
Mm-hmm.
It's the reasons behind it and the intentions behind it and what your goal is.
Oh,
And what is your goal, by the way?
right now, well, my goal is to
Just to become a better person? Is that it? It seems very arbitrary. Are you searching for something in particular? Are you looking for something? Are you out for revenge on the people who, I don't know, wronged you in some way?
if I'm out for revenge on anything, it's on this bloody cold and this bloody storm. That's what killed my family. If you really want to know,
Huh?
that's what I'm here to stop.
We do know
And
who's responsible for that.
yeah, it's gonna be a tough one. But
Uh,
that's why I'm so eager to help out the temple. That's why I'm staying here. I can help rescue and save people's lives anywhere. But here, I feel like I'm not the only one with debts, you know? Like
hmm.
I've got debts to the Lord of Death. Sent a lot of people his way, but the storm has sent even more people. So
The
that's
storm continues to send people. We sent
yeah.
3 people that way today. More, actually.
Yeah, well, the tricky thing about being an ex-bandit / cleric of Hades is that there's a lot of death involved, just in generally, and you
Well, I
don't
don't
always know if
suspect.
it's the right thing to do. If I don't know if sending the speaker out was the right thing to do. I don't. Killing Sephic, was that the right
Suffolk
thing to
was already
do?
dead.
Well, right.
And the speaker, well, quite frankly, got what he deserved.
I agree, but
Things are gonna be.
was it the right
Things are gonna
thing?
be. Of course. Corruption is at the heart of this town. You ever been to a town where thieving is legal in such a way that it happens on such a constant level?
Not even in
Not even amongst your pirates.
not
Pirates
even
don't
amongst
thieve
in the
against each
pirate
other.
towns is pickpocketing legal. No,
No, and in
there's
this
rules
town,
there.
pirating is legal. This
Never
place,
never been anywhere like this.
all these towns are corrupt to their core in one way or another. The speaker, Waylon, he just happened to be more corrupt than the others. And quite frankly, he was killing people unnecessarily and deserved whatever it is he's got.
Well, I agree. I think stopping him was the right thing to do because it stopped people dying who didn't need to die. But
You do
all the
understand
but
that more
all the
people will die. You
yeah,
get that, right? More people are going to die before this is done,
I don't see
whether
how
it's
we could
us or
stop it.
others.
Maybe we can just make sure that fewer people die, fewer innocent people. I mean, people
Who are
are
the innocents?
people. I don't know.
Everybody
They're
we've met in
scared,
this
but that's
town-
not an excuse, is it?
Everyone we've met in this town is nobody's innocent here. Every single person we've met. Do you have the
Does it?
stomach for what needs to be done? You still have the stomach? You were a pirate once. You killed once. You're trying to reform that, but do you have the stomach for what needs to be done? Even if it's in the name of good
I
for
don't
your
know.
god.
I don't know. I mean, what needs to be done? I don't want to kill everybody. I don't want to kill anybody who doesn't need to die. And I think people are scared, then a lot of them deserve forgiveness. The best we can do is bring back the warmth so that they don't need to be scared anymore. Don't you think? I mean, do you really want everybody to die? All the guards, all the captains, everybody who
Those who
stood
deserve
by
it.
and let that wizard burn? Let that boy out in the cold? Everybody? It's a lot of people.
It is. We can bring
Why?
the warmth back by, well, we're not there
There's
yet, but we have to
by
bring the
what?
warmth back to these towns. At the very least.
That's I don't know. Do you want to kill everybody? You seem to, I mean, and this is coming from a bandit, you know. But you seem to have a real thirst for vengeance. Real you know, for justice or whatever you call it.
When I awoke, everything I knew, or would have known, I should say, was destroyed. My creator was killed. Her lab, her world, her home, gone. Everything. Because what? Because a group of people wanted some sort of an arcane ability? That greed
So
that drives those people. Thieving here. Why steal? Greed. Everything I've known since I've awoken has been selfishness and greed and destruction. What do you think that does to somebody?
well, I can see it's made you pretty bloodthirsty. Maybe we need to bring some warmth back into you too. You don't.
I don't know if
You're. I
I'm
mean,
bloodthirsty per
what about
se.
Ashanti? You guys seem to get along well. She's not your friend. You don't have any positive feelings there.
There's plenty of positive feelings there, and Ashanti's been very good to me.
So you have seen something other than
Maybe.
destructiveness. There is good even here. I mean, this is a rough place, but even I won't say that Ashanti's got any bad in her.
That might be the problem. She might be too nice of a person.
And end scene.
We could go on forever, probably. Sorry.
I think that's great. No, honestly, I don't know about you guys, but that was highly entertaining. I want to actually give you both inspiration for sharing a bit more of both your backstories and tapping into those really interesting characters. So yeah, go ahead, take inspiration for that. I think that was
Yay! Thank you.
really cool. I really enjoyed that. Yeah.
I want to ask more. I'm dying to know more about 607.
Yeah.
607.
No.
Yeah.
Absolutely. And yeah, he seems to be the one asking all the questions. Well, for the most part.
For the most
yeah,
part.
let's scan over to what the others are up to as well this morning. Barry, you can repair Guy's armor for the first part of this day. That's not a problem now. You've got the gold
Yeah.
to do it, and yeah,
Do you need-
that's not
do you-
that's not
do
an
you-
issue. Now you can just say that you've just spent time doing it. That's all.
Other than that, I will be looking for some decent sized stones and looking for some sort of temple.
A
Hopefully,
temple.
hopefully
Yes.
Moradin, if there is one.
Well, this isn't a massive town. Like, it's not a city that has vast religious
No.
views, but there is more than just the Church of Tempers here. There is the Hall of Endurance itself has got this structure in the center of the wall. Like, there's an outside wall. You've got the main kind of church area, but this hall looks like a much older structure, and it's kind of like a ziggurat like shape, or like a trapezium. It sticks out, and you can see the blue windows of this building, almost like stained glass windows, and the light from the inside, likely from torches and braziers, are kind of glowing, making the blue kind of glow even brighter. And you can actually see a depiction of that in the bottom left. That is the actual Hall of Endurance itself. And you've given yourselves a name around here in the town. If you wanted to go into it, you would be allowed to. You've rooted out some evil and shown yourselves to be capable fighters, so you could go in there. But aside from that, there isn't actually many other shrines, churches, or temples in this town.
That's fine.
If there
just
were, yeah.
somewhere with some sort of graveyard, I guess.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, there is a smaller graveyard outside of this, actually. There seems to be a great deal of kind of remembrance and the feeling of, like, older times, ancient times when East Haven was first built, perhaps, surrounding this kind of area. You can just tell from, like, the architecture and the wood that has been used. It looks older.
I'll knock on and see if the door is open.
Yeah, a man in armor opens up the door for you and says, "Ah, welcome to the Hall of Endurance.
Wait.
You must be the one everyone's talking about. You've done this town a great deed. That
Isn't-
speaker, corrupt.
Yeah. Do you
Tempest would not approve. Please
you-
enter, bask in his glory." He seems to just talk over you. As you're trying to get a question in, he says, "Gaze and bask upon the relics of old. Ancient warriors. Each of them have gained a name for themselves. You too may be a name amongst them if you continue your deeds."
I'm not here for any of that.
Oh,
Do you bury anyone here?
we do, though.
I came across a dwarven cairn that has been disrupted and, well, sold to me. Normally when I buy things, I fix them and try and sell them on, but it seems a bit disrespectful. If you have somewhere to place this, and I'll just give him like the stones and the one that on top with the etching on it, and
Of course. This
I-
is a place to honor the dead. And we will find a rightful pedestal for this until we can locate its rightful cairn, you said, yes?
yeah, said it was a dwarven cairn. It's got like a dwarven marking on top, and
This may have come from the Dwarven Valley to the northwest of here. Shield dwarves live in the mountains. They rarely show themselves, but they do come out every so often to trade their ingots and to hunt some game. But
oh,
for the most part,
is that somewhere you'd be able to get this, or is this like, does this need taking there? Or...
That's just my guess. It's potentially where they're from. Yes, you could venture out there and ask them. The dwarves aren't the most welcoming of sorts, but they're not hostile. I'm sure that actually you would have much more of a sort of a welcome party being dwarven yourself, and you also know at the back that he doesn't know this, but you actually know that you helped a bunch of shield dwarves with the foaming mugs quest when you got their delivery of iron units. So you're actually in their good books already. So, but he says it's not normal for the dwarves accept outsiders.
I'm pretty sure the person who we got the cold-blooded murder request from was a shield dwarf as well.
Yeah, Hill and Trollbane. Yeah, she was.
Yeah.
So yeah, you're actually in
good graces.
Good books with the good graces of the dwarves right now. Absolutely.
Oh, all right. Maybe I'll hold on to this then. But thanks for the information.
Fine.
Is this where the clergyman came from who did the bribing?
Not here directly. No, they were in the the main church here. The Hall of Endurance is a much more sacred place.
Oh, that's good. Thanks for not being corrupt. And I'll take my leave.
Do you wish to offer a prayer to the statue of Tempest before you leave? And he gestures to it. You can, this thing, by the way, is totally larger than life. It's. I'll describe it for you because it's insane. Hold up. Where is it? So right at the back, you can actually see the artwork for it. I've actually made it visible on screen. The statue at the back of this hall depicts Tempest riding atop two stallions, with holding the lashes in his grip. He's he stood there on one foot on each horse, his back, riding them, totally larger than life.
Oh. I'm not really in with the gods right now, and the one I am somewhat tied to isn't anything to do with horses. But if you could give some good graces towards one of our friends that we came across. She likes to dabble in all of them. Maybe a prayer to someone called Faith, then that'd be great, thanks. Yeah. Bye.
So backing away awkwardly, stepping out. Sure, yeah.
Yeah, just
no worries.
One step at a time back.
Yeah. Offers no donation, offers no prayer, but thanks. Bye. Okay, thanks, bye. Let's go. That's funny, no, it's cool. He gives a stalwart nod and sees you out the door. I believe Hulla, you actually wanted to find a church or temple as well. You might not have been far behind.
Yeah, it was not really to do anything. I was going to kind of wander and offer a prayer for the sake of it. See if there's just checking in with the boss. But yeah, we don't need to play that. It's all right.
That's all right.
It's more just an excuse for something to do during the day.
Yeah, no problem. Okay, cool. It is actually marvelous, though. This gotta say,
it's impressive.
If someone even notices you stopping for a moment, it's enough that one of the perhaps paladins wants to show off all the different relics that are held here.
Okay. But, well, if they are, then I will take the tour. I will let them show me around. Because
Excellent. Well, in that case, he leads you in.
Oh lordy.
What
What a-
have we got? What have we got? Tempest. It's actually. Oh yeah, here we go. Oh. East Haven. So we have. Oh, I'll find it. Oh, I can't find it. Ah, damn it! I had all the information, but it's gone now. Great. Thanks, Google. Saved me there. All right. Well, we'll get back to that in a second. Oh wait, no, there it is. Goodness sake, just found it. Anyway, it's fine. It's a long-winded explanation of all the different relics and things here. There is a great history behind the actual thing, but I won't go into it.
I will.
That
I
was
will
too
be
much.
very interested in making very polite noises of like, "Ooh,
Mm.
very interesting. That's impressive. Hey, tell me more." Yeah.
Exactly. All right. We haven't asked Geist. Oh yeah, you wanted to do the snowman building competition. Well, it's not snowmen, but it's ice sculptures and snow crafting. Yeah, there is a small gathering. But you can ask. You could have asked Captain Imdra about it, but it's not too hard to find or locate anyway. She's been busy figuring out what the hell happened with the statue. Did you go there, or did you go straight to the gathering?
I'm probably going to head straight to the statue. Probably going back to the town hall after straight to the snow sculpture. Right. Going back to the town hall after breaking into it, getting arrested, almost dying, and then having a bunch of stolen goods on me. Probably not my smartest move. So I will just head straight to the snow sculpting.
Okay, gotcha. All right.
I know, the ghost in my head will want to kill Captain Indra next, and that's not going to go well.
As it happens, this mound of it's like a big mound of snow, perfect for like just rolling up big amounts of it, is exactly where Torga Icevane had set up shop last time. And when you visited, these were 3 caravans lined up and all of her goods placed out. They have all gone, and there is no sign of Torga at all. And you can see instead, in its place, people setting up like their own little areas where they're crafting and making their own sculptures. And if you were to ask around and try to ask perhaps where is Torga, they would reply saying, "Oh, I had them move on. They went over to the next town, I think. Yeah, packed up pretty quick after all the hubbub went down last night. But I mean, they only stay for a day or two in East Haven normally anyway before they head out. So I guess nothing unusual about that. But yeah, Torgs is nowhere around, and I guess the mystery of whatever was in the back of that dog sled is going to have to remain as such. But yeah, guys, welcome to the snowman building competition. Did you have something in mind? You can see others are building like traditional like snowmen. Other people are making like a boat-shaped kind of sculpture in remembrance of the ferry that's just been recently burnt. In fact, the one who's doing it is the tiefling. He's fighting back tears as he tries to craft his ferry out of snow and ice.
I am going to attempt to build a snow wolf.
Snow wolf, awesome. Okay, well then, what sort of tools or skill did you have in mind here?
I've got wood carver's tools, but I don't think that's good. I've technically got mason's tools. Do I actually have the tools? No, I've got this.
I was actually going to say wood carving would actually work.
Yeah, I have wood carvers and I have mason's tools, so
yeah, like you could carve ice with that. And
yeah,
there's big chunks of it out on the lake. You could go like break apart a piece, bring it over, and sculpt that. So, and you can see other people have done the same already. There's already shattered bits of the lake, and people are ferrying them back and forth.
Does anyone else wish to join in the snow sculpting?
I can help a little bit if you want.
I mean, if you want to join in, you can join in. Is it allowed to be teams, or does it have to be like solo projects?
No, you can join as a team. Why not?
Yep.
Okay.
I can help you with the tools. I can heat your tools up to make them.
That works.
Be able to melt the snow and shape it a little bit easier.
Perfect.
I was considering starting with a snow wolf, but another idea just sort of came to mind, and I'm wondering if it'd be better to try that. I'm deciding. No, I'll stick with this. I was going to try to carve the party.
The whole party.
Yeah.
That's a bit hard.
Well, it would be tricky, but...
Yeah. But no, I'll probably just stick with the wolf, but I might make a few wolves if I have the time. If I can make enough to represent the entire party, that'd be cool, but...
Sure, we'll see how much time we've got over the day. Let's start with, what do you want to use? Your woodcarver's tools or sleight of hand?
I can use woodcarver's tools with dex, I guess.
Yep, that's good. Should be in the chat. There you go. So 15 is enough to carve an intricate pattern in wood or ice in this case.
Yep.
Which, yeah, why not? You create an intricate-looking statue with detail enough for like the ears and eyes, and it's to proportion. It's a pretty decent-looking statue. Yeah, it definitely ranks among the higher ones you can see around here. That Scython is definitely putting a lot of love and work into his boat, the East Haven ferry. But someone points out that didn't it burn? Doesn't that mean this one might melt? And it sets off a bout of tears again. But no, people come over and they're like, this is an impressive sculpture. It seems to be like maybe an announcer going from sculpture to sculpture. And what do we have here? What are you working on? This is it seems to represent something perhaps akin to your origin or heritage, perhaps.
Yes, this would be one of the wolf spirits that protects my tribe.
A wolf spirit. Well, that is a mystical statue you've carved.
Yes.
Steeped in lore and heritage. So, what is your name?
Wealgeist.
Wealgeist, you look like you might be in the running for a podium position. Let's go over to Scython, who's no, I can't talk right now. I'm all still emotional. Oh yes, apologies. A moment of silence for the poor ferry of East Haven. We will have to restore that. I'm sure we'll raise a small little fund to restore that. It was a useful service. And what do we have over here? And I guess someone's carving the statue. Oh, actually, let me roll for Scython real quick. See what he got. He actually has plus dex, but yeah, not beating yours. The other guy is making a statue of the thing that was in the in the town hall, and says, "Oh, this ghastly demonic figure seems to resemble a bull with wings. Do you know what this is? People around town have always asked what that strange statue was that the adventurers fished up, but do you actually know what it is?" Gonna roll an Arcana check for them. Nah, mate, no idea. Just thought it looked like a pretty cool, badass looking demon thing. So, yeah, gave it a shot here, and he rolled something like a 14, which is pretty good. I see. It's quite an excellent replica, but it's not got the same intimidation factor when it's made of actual ice, rather than that weird black ice. Yeah, I get that stuff gave me the creeps. All right, cool. And I guess there's another load of snowmen. Someone has done the whole family as snowmen. Oh, that reminds me, actually. Someone has made an incredibly exquisite, I'm going to roll with advantage for this, statue of... Yeah, well, Barry, yes, you can attempt. Wait, Barry, you want to do something?
Yeah.
You want to enter in? Go ahead. What are you
I'm
carving?
I'm carving a small table, and sat at it are 4 little Schwingers.
Oh, that's cute. This is adorable. What is this? Is this a little...
Give it a
little... They're asking you, what does this depict? They've never seen such a creature before.
It's a chimichanga.
Ah, a chimichanga. Not heard of these before, but they seem very unique.
Give it a go. Ah, that was almost a 16.
So it just drops on. Well, they seem a little more confused, and I guess with it being very small and quaint, it doesn't have the big wow factor that like a wolf does or a boat. But it's cute, and you get a couple of fans coming over, and they're like, a couple of kids can ask more questions, and they're like, "Can I make one?"
I leave one of the chairs empty so they can sit at it.
No, that's great. That's the kind of thing they'd get their like photo taken or something.
Yeah.
But...
Fucking hell.
What?
So there was the sculpture I was going to get to. The one that I wanted to point out was this is a statue of the person who was going to be sacrificed yesterday, but didn't get sacrificed in the end. And yeah, it looks like it's the family who have produced this sculpture, and it's to make sure that they don't take things for granted, and they ask, "Oh, why have you chosen to make them into a ice statue?" And it's like, well, we nearly lost them that day, and we just want to make sure we offer some thanks to the adventurers that turned it round and changed his fate. But I suppose we would probably be making this out of mourning if they had truly gone out into the open. But it's important to remember those as well who were not as fortunate, and the previous months and over the years that people have been lost, who have been sacrifices to Auril. So it's also to remember them as well. And yeah, seem to nod and pay respects. Did have notes for them, who they actually were, their actual name. But I'm not going to go digging because that's somewhere I can't remember right now. In any case, they rolled pretty good, but I don't think I've beaten a 15. My rolls have been pretty below average, if I'm honest. So
It's the best sculpture.
It is. It does look like it's the best sculpture. I can't argue. I even rolled with advantage for the last one. It was still below 10s. Yeah, maybe it's because it's just a bit of an awkward subject to talk about, like a human sacrifice, and people want to have this day be more of a celebration and a happy remembrance. So, in the end, it looks as though your wolf brings the most joy and wow factor again. So, guys, yeah, you get like a you get. Well, you know what? We'll give you a little prize here. Roll on the trinket table. There was never any monetary prize for this, but, however, seeing
This
as
one I didn't
this
have
is
to
such
steal.
this is such a beautiful work of art, we have here this prize. Enjoy, and it is a beautiful silver tin Just don't open it in front of the crowd.
It's a tin of surströmming or whatever it's called. It's like...
I was just looking that up. It's strumming, yeah.
Enjoy. This is a beautiful package, tin of surströmming. Enjoy. Everyone's like clapping.
The thing that if you get any on your couch, you have to get rid of the couch.
Guy shrugs. And okay.
It brought a little bit of joy to East Haven in this trialing time.
Yeah.
We thank you for that. And we will remember the wolf spirit that perhaps embodies you and protected us from a cold-hearted murderer.
You are welcome. I just sort of lean over to 607 because he just seems the type. Are you as tempted as I am to just go and like kick the boat that guy's built?
Why would I want to destroy somebody else's boat?
Yeah, I don't know. He's. It seems oddly appropriate for some reason, and I don't know why.
Well, if you want to, I will.
No, I'm not going to, but I'll be polite after all. He did do a good job.
He lost everything. He lost his boat. He lost his livelihood, apparently.
I mean, but to be fair, the ferries haven't been running for a while because of the ice, so it's not like he really lost much.
Yes. Another reason we need to get this stopped and bring some warmth back to.
Okay. Well, the family do come over to you guys and thank you profusely for saving their child. Instead of them, it was the speaker. But yeah, they thank you again and again. They can't offer enough.
You're welcome. There may not be much justice, but what there is, I will try to bring.
Didn't realize the Reged tribe was so, well, heroic.
Some of them...
Reged tribes, they've been keeping to themselves during these harsh winters. We've barely seen any of them. They never come to 10 towns.
Some of them can be heroic. Some can also be quite horrible. I'm honestly not a big fan of the current leader of my tribe, and if I had a chance, I'd put an arrow through his head. But
yes, I didn't want to say, in case I was being rude, but
no,
that's exactly what I've been hearing rumors of. You're from the wolf tribe, aren't you?
Yes. And the current leader of said tribe is not a nice man.
They kind of swallow as if bracing themselves for something, and I hear he's turned to unsavory methods in keeping his tribe fed.
That would not surprise me. I mean, I've been gone for a little while, but he has a certain amount of loyalty amongst his fanatics, and I would not be surprised if he had sold his soul to Auril. That would explain how he stays warm despite wearing so little.
It's good to know that there are those who are still sane among the wolf tribe. I fear that they may even invade us at one point if they get desperate, or if their tastes have really, if their tastes for for flesh have really turned to what I think they have.
Well, sometimes even with a wolf, you've got to know when to pull it down. And if I have my way, I will cut off that head. But for now, I need to build up my strength to do so.
Right.
But if you do see any of the wolf tribe and it's not me, I would be ready for a fight. They're not the nicest of people at the moment.
Yes, the guard have instructed us to run on sight.
Mm. If you have enough warning, it might be worth seeing if you could get to one of the more well-protected towns like Brunshanda or Tarkos.
Yes, yes. They're more well equipped, I guess. You're right. Still, yeah, be safe out there, and
We
yeah,
try.
look after your own head.
I try. But may the spirit of the wolf protect you from those who have dishonored it.
Such a grim thing. What could ever drive someone to cannibalism? I can't imagine.
Well, I suppose the same thing that drives people to sacrifice people to the cold, desperation and a desire to survive.
Or madness.
That too. Yes.
With that, they congratulate you again on the beautiful sculpture, and yeah, I think that's we'll wrap up the little competition there.
Realize that
Your
sculpture is
spirit-
going to last ages. It's how old it is.
It will, yeah, and it'll sit atop this little hill.
Barry
Beautiful
just-
structure.
Barry just takes another look at his table with 3 chewingers and then just gives it a little pat on the table and walks away with the group.
Maybe a chewinga sees it. Maybe after everyone's gone and everyone's gone to sleep, maybe a little chewinga hops out and is investigating the statue and sits in the chair and plays house again with those little ice sculptures. But for now, it seems there's no chewinga around. But yeah, okay. So, guys, you've got your armor repair. Let's just change this. Delete that. Cool. When you are ready, you can ask the spirit about that treasure as well. But before we do that, Ashanti, was there anything else you would like to do? I think we've gone around everyone except you.
No, I am just enjoying spending time with my friends. So
Okay.
Bits and I probably got some. If there was a food cart out there, we took a chance on whatever they were selling and got meat on a stick and shared it with Bits and just walked around looking at all the different statues.
Beautiful. All right then. Yeah, I think Labris and Bits is also they're kind of like bonding a little bit because everyone else is just doing boring talking stuff. But Labris and Bits, they kind of Bits wants to play all the time when she's not being ordered to do something. But yeah, Labris is kind of like following them around for a bit. Bits is just
Aw.
playing in the snow. And yeah, and then at some point Bits kind of like huddles up next to them to keep warm underneath the feathers. You know, like how penguins look after their chicks between their legs. Yeah, I imagine Bits kind of goes between Labras's feathery legs, just sits there for a bit whilst the sculpturing is going on.
Bits is not stupid, Chief. She definitely will see to her comforts when she can.
All right. So, yeah, this you can bring yourself to the end of today and go for another long rest, or you can find some more rumors around town. I know you said no quests today, but it is a new day. You can go to
Hella,
Captain Imdra.
we have the
I want to go to the town
funds
hall
from
at some point.
Suffolk.
The which one?
Funds from Suffolk.
Yes, we do. If there's something you'd like to get.
Well, do we want to have another night in the inn to let everybody sleep and rest up?
I think so. It only costs a
Okay.
gold. Yeah.
Okay.
Do we
let-
want to buy another axe beak?
It's not a bad idea.
They're 50 gold each, right?
Yeah.
Correct.
So we could get one more.
Or
Or do we want to save the gold until we cash in?
Yeah, you have to buy the feed as well, don't you?
Yeah.
Yeah, let's not spend
We
it
don't have
just yet.
a lot in the budget right now.
we
Like
put-
Yeah.
that would wipe us out.
we bought one insulated tank already, didn't we?
Yeah.
Yeah. I
We
would
could-
rather save the money until we get paid.
Yeah.
And then that way we've got backup funds.
Okay.
You know, you
Yeah.
always want to have a little extra for the road just in
Yeah,
case there's
just in case. Agreed.
Popping by the town hall for 6 or 7 then.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
just want to. If you weren't already there, I just want to go by and see the
You're allowed.
remains of the sculpture and the bits that are there. If we can get in there, I don't want to be sneaking past anybody or being anything. I just want to go inside.
Nope, you're allowed entry actually. And as you come into the town hall, you do see Captain Indra. Oh, shut the door behind you. It's cold. 607. Welcome. As you can see, we've been trying to figure out exactly what occurred here, and several of the shards have already been swept up, but they were just loose ends. The main structure was, well, you saw it. It was way bigger. They must have chopped it
Yeah.
down to size. We
It
imagine.
seemed rather large. I'm surprised anybody was able to take it that quickly.
Yeah, they worked fast. They had tools ready. They must have had something to carry it with. Yeah. Oh, Hulla, that goes
I think-
upstairs, by the way.
Yeah, sorry, I'm trying to get off the stairs.
Oh, okay.
It's
You can go upstairs if you want.
Oh, there I go.
Are any the bits of the shardling around? Can I
Yep.
have a chance to
You can
sort of
inspect them.
to inspect it or touch it or look at it or something like that?
She says, you can, just be wary. As I've mentioned before, I wouldn't touch this stuff with a barge pole.
I've heard. I have some resistance to it though, so it doesn't affect me the same way it does flesh and bone creatures.
The cleric of Tempest behind you warns you. Whatever it was desecrated.
I'll pick up a piece.
All right. You pick up a piece, and there is this definite sensation that there is, or was, some sort of magic about it. You can see the kind of the light as it catches it, almost like bends or absorbs into it. And I would like a wisdom saving throw as well as you pick it up. But I will say it's just a tiny, tiny piece. You can roll with advantage.
Resistance.
13. Yeah, you can add resistance to that.
Add resistance.
That would bring it up to 14. Okay. The Shardlin almost has this kind of sudden burst of like whisperings in your ear, just like this. It's incomprehensible what it was or was saying, but you just hear this kind of like.
This is different from the other Charlene I've touched before. This is more alive than the other ones. Says possessed or there's something inside of it. The other Charlene I touched, yeah, the other Charlene I had didn't whisper to me. This is whispering to me.
What is it saying?
I can't tell. I don't speak whatever language it is, or I can't make it out. But there's something in it. There's something in this. I'm surprised you let this statue remain in this room for so long.
Well, the adventurers believed it was something important, but warned us the same way clerics did that it was likely not to be touched it was something wrong about it. I believe the wizard who inspected it said that it was almost like fragmented magic.
I can see that.
It's
Fragmented spirits or souls or something in there. It is
perhaps
important. I can tell you that there is an importance to it. I just don't know what that importance is.
important enough that someone would steal it. Yes.
Yeah. Well, to the right people, Charlatan can fetch a heavy price, so maybe it's just for money.
Maybe. If that's the case, it's bound to. Well, we'll find out soon enough. If it falls into the people's hands who are buying it, right? Then we'll. Well, what possible use would you even have for this stuff? She seems to be questioning.
Well, it's important to somebody. Somebody's taken it. Maybe it's just for money. Maybe it's a cult. Maybe it's a I don't know. Hard to say. Maybe it's part of the oral, everything to do with oral. Maybe it's oral speaking through the Charlatan. I can say my friends and I encountered an individual on the road traveling between the towns who was severely affected by this. Berserker of sorts.
That
You shouldn't touch this.
Yes, that corroborates with other stories we have heard. Yes, in fact, that's partly the reason why we didn't touch it in the first place. Something about this drives you insane.
Well, imagine a group of people who might enjoy that, who want to be controlled by this. That's who I would worry about.
He says a grave look with the cleric of Tempest. I suppose we'll have to wait and find out. But I don't like waiting.
This is out of your room.
Maybe. We tried to figure out where or how they even got it, but no one saw anything when this occurred. And we only found tracks. But there's tracks everywhere, going in all directions. And if there were any tracks, they'd be long gone by the blizzard now.
Well,
it's
unfortunate. I was hoping to inspect the statue properly before it was taken.
I don't know if we have any books in the library that kind of sheds any light on this. I'll have to ask if you pour through the books. It's upstairs, by the way. We have a library upstairs in the town hall. But anyway.
Should we go join you in that research or no?
I doubt it'll be fruitful, but I thought I'd pour over the books anyway, see if there was anything. But yes, you're more than welcome. Oh, and another guard says, Captain Indra, don't forget you also have the matter of the disappearances, fishermen. Oh, yes, that's right. Hold on. She says, I'll show you to the library first. But
I'm going to slip the little piece of Charlatan I have into one of my pockets. Quietly.
Okay. Yeah, sure. Give me a sleight of hand. Yep. No one sees. I think that beats most of the party as well. So yeah, it slipped away, and no one bats an eyelid. So this is the East Haven Library. I'm afraid I've been pulled away. There is another urgent matter I must attend to. A couple of fishermen out on Lac Dinnershire went missing recently. We're trying to figure out if there's any information that can be shared on that. But yes, please feel free to peruse. And she seems to step away, opens the door into another room. So
I'll look
here,
to the rest of the group,
go on.
the rest of the group, and just say, thoughts.
Are you looking up Chardolin or the statue?
So we have the statue. We have Chardolin to look up. There's another quest if we want it. Looks like some missing fishermen back on the water.
Yes.
I know how to read and write. I'm not sure how much good I'll be, but I'll try.
Well,
Um,
I'm gonna take some time to look through the books. If you all can do what you want. I'm gonna take a little time to look through some books for any mention of Chardolin, what it does, who it's for, the statue, cults about it, for a time, and then I'm also gonna quietly also be searching for anything on the what are they called? The
Sunlight?
wizards? No.
the
Arcane
wis-
Brotherhood.
The Arcane Brotherhood. Just quietly,
Yep.
at the same
Okay.
time, not drawing attention to it.
All right. So you begin pouring through a mostly unremarkable collection of books. They're stored in dusty bookshelves, and you've seen better libraries than this. 607. It's kind of a meager library, if anything. Other people, there's furnishings like padded chairs and footstools you can sit around and wait, or there's other areas around here as well. But is anyone else wanting to do something? Yeah, go on.
Yeah, I want to do some research on oral. See if there's any legends, any history, any religious texts, anything for context.
Okay. So you can make me a investigation check as well as 6 or 7.
Investigation.
Yep. Holy shit. Natural 20. Okay. 6 or 7. Looking through this Chardolin stuff, it seems like there isn't much information about it. Most people steer clear of it. You have a good idea of who would know more about it. The wizard who you've already kind of spoke to. He seems to be. He came here specifically to find out more about it. But other than that, there's mostly like histories about East Haven. There's even some information on Tempest, but you're not finding everything you want here, unfortunately. But you are pouring through the books, checking out anything it does seem to be interesting. Tidbits here and there, but
okay. Nothing on the Arcane Brotherhood.
The Arcane Brotherhood has got. It's not in the library, but going back and forth between rooms in Imdra, you can stop her and ask about that, and she does actually mention, "Oh, we do have some records. We pulled them from the library specifically because they were of a topic of interest. So yes, we learned about the Red Wizards. Now, this Dazan fellow, he was supposedly part of them, but didn't seem to bear the same resemblance that we're used to. Normally they wear red robes and the kind of shaved head. This Dazan didn't seem to fit that kind of usual stereotype. But nonetheless, we definitely found imagery and information about them. Enough to confirm that they were. Don't know why on earth they would be working with the Brotherhood. I thought they were two separate organizations, personally. But as for the Arcane Brotherhood, we questioned Azan before the execution. He didn't come here alone. There are others working with him. That's why we're on the lookout for any wizard types. If you have any information on them, it'd be most welcome. But as of right now, we haven't been able to like concretely say who or who isn't. The Arcane Brotherhood seems to be quite secretive, like keeping their presence hidden. Speaking
You
of
seem to
keeping
know
things
more than I
hidden,
do.
yes, yeah, seems that way. Speaking of keeping things hidden, apparently Dazan murdered this expedition that he was with to keep something a secret. At least that's what we've come to believe. Because when asked about why he did it, he said that he didn't want to divulge why. And the only reason you wouldn't want to divulge why is because you would kill someone to keep a secret. So obviously they found out. So he killed them. And now the secret is dead along with Dazan as well. I doubt we'll ever figure out what he was trying to conceal. But whatever the expedition did or found, Dazan wanted to keep it under ice. So there you have it.
Interesting. Okay, thank you for that.
No problem. All right. Hulla, your natural 20. Okay. And I know you're looking for stuff about oral. That part succeeds, but I'll give you something else for the natural 20 as well. So, Auriel is and was a neutral evil goddess of winter and cold in the pantheon. She is the embodiment of winter's cruelty and all its deadliest aspects. She's also known as Lady Frostkiss, and she has a heart of ice to match her lethally cold beauty, at least that's what they say. She can take many forms, and she's part of a bigger, wider pantheon known as the gods of fury. Most of these gods embody like destruction, wrath, powerful elements like the storms, cold weather, lightning, and the sorts. And there isn't much information on those, but you do finally get a little bit of tidbits that she did belong to them at one point. All of these gods are outside of the realm of the mortals, like they're beyond material plane. So why she is here in Icewindale is a big mystery and one of the big questions of this whole campaign. But you do know that she was part of a bigger pantheon. Her symbol is the six-pointed snowflake. You know that from talking with Faith. And most of her worshippers are actually, in fact, druids. And that seems to tie in with what you saw last night. The depiction of some sort of wild, like, kind of almost like hermit or wanderer with like those bone-toothed trinkets and the skins and the pelts. That most likely is one of her stalwart and unbreakable worshippers. They're known as frost druids. So that kind of answers the question from earlier about for Wealgeist. But I could ask. You can ask a question. I'll answer it to the best of my ability about Auriel. Do you have something specific?
Does she have a particular enemy or nemesis?
Perfect. I'm glad I started with the Gods of Fury. Because when I say she used to be part of the Gods of Fury, there seems to be a story behind these destructive deities, led originally by Talos, the Destroyer. The Gods of Fury were Talos, plus Auriel, Malar, the Beast Lord, and Umberlee. These combined were a force to be reckoned with, known for malicious, petty quarrels between themselves as well. They were as destructive as much to the world as they were to each other, and they seemed to all revel in trying to outdo each other in terms of like power and worshippers. And it's not known exactly what happened, but it seems at one point Auril fell away from the Gods of Fury, or perhaps decidedly left them for some reason. Hence why she's here, perhaps in Icewindale. But what that reason exactly is, you're not sure. But as for specific enemies and or allies, you could say that they're more like frenemies in a sense, because they were working together, but as I say, they're as destructive to each other as they are the world around them. And because they're in the same sort of domain as like storms and cold, they often vie for each other's worshippers. They can't. Some would worship multiple, sure, but for the most part, clerics, clergy, they worship one, and because they're all in these similar overlapping domains, they're actually in competition with one another, if anything. And so people believe that may have caused some friction, but there you go.
Okay.
I don't think that's as much as you'll get for now, unless you ask one of the Frost Druids themselves as to what was happening. As for your natural 20, after about 10 minutes searching through the bookshelves, you actually discover there's a worn book. It's got a red leather cover and yellow pages. The edges of the pages are stained with dry blood, and the writing inside suggests that the book is perhaps nothing more than poetry, like an anthology of poetry.
Mm-hmm.
But it seems to stick out like a sore thumb amongst the rest of these books. Like, that just doesn't fit in with the other mundane, boring, kind of meager books.
Is it the only poetry book?
Yes, as well. It is the only poetry book.
Can I cast Detect Magic?
As
Actually,
a
no, I
ritual?
can't. Can I cast it as a ritual?
Yes.
Let me see. Then yes, I'll cast it as a ritual. Save me a spell slot. Mm-hmm. Because I think there's some illusion on it, or it's not
Yep,
really.
there is illusion.
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah.
There's illusion magic.
That's all that I can tell? All right. I'm going to pocket it if I can.
Okay. Yeah, you can take it.
Yep. I'm just going to take it. Okay.
The-
To investigate later, see if I
I'll tell
can.
you what, you can give me an Arcana check now that you've identified there is something magical.
Okay.
Give me an Arcana. It's not actually a hard
Arcana.
DC.
Actually, not a strength of mine.
But not a hard DC. Okay, no, you're not sure.
Yep.
That there is illusion. That's it.
Okay.
You know that magic can be dispelled, but you haven't got that capability yourself yet. But you've heard higher level priestesses
Yeah.
being able to do such a thing. But yeah. Okay, so yeah, illusionary
Thank you.
worn book. Yeah, stick that on your inventory. That's yeah, it's funny that you rolled that. In fact, actually, are you tucking it away subtly? Because I know 607's alongside you in the books in the shelves.
I'm not hiding it from him, but I don't want the
Okay.
guards to see if there's any guards in
Alright.
the room. Yeah.
Okay, and I will mention then that 607, you kind of like you're sidling the shelves, and you do notice Hulla does pick one out, look at it, and then pocket it.
Do I
So-
see
Break you
him
out of
noticing?
prison again.
Sorry?
Said, don't make me break you out of prison again.
Oh, check this out. It's got blood on it. I think.
That's
Wait,
such a
wait
cool-
until after we're out of the building. You're gonna do that. I thought you were a pirate.
What? No. I think it's. I don't know. I think it's important. Whatever it is.
Yeah, we'll keep it hidden for now.
Yes. Don't tell anybody. Okay. Not until we get out of town.
All right. Cool. And that'll conclude the little library look.
Yeah. Library episode.
You got something. I saw Barry. You were going from room to room, weren't you?
No, that was just me. I was just waiting for
Opening,
the
is that you
library.
opening and
scene
closing the
and-
doors?
Yeah, I was waiting for the library scene to end. Yeah, Barry will just spend that time honoring the job he was going to do originally of making sure the secret wall had some sort of locking mechanism to it.
Oh yeah, that's right. You were going to install one. Cool. They're grateful and sure.
Just because Barry doesn't do bugs.
No, that's fine. Cool. Yeah, you help them out. Install one. They take good note of your tinkering trade. Like, yes, most interesting. But yeah, you can install a locking mechanism.
I assume it's for Captain Imdra's new office.
Exactly. Yeah, absolutely. All right. Captain Indra does finally come back and say, "Well, you find anything?"
A little bit about, well, not much of use. Just a little bit of context about what's been going on here. That's all.
I see. Well, look, I know it's only been a day since you helped out East Haven, but I have a bit of a situation on my hands. I would be remiss if I didn't admit this is a perfect opportunity for the likes of your adventuring crew to attend to. There's been a disappearance. These fishermen often go out far into the lake of Lackdinishire to fetch knucklehead trout, but a recent boat has not returned, and falls to me figure out where they went. I urge you to please, if you could do anything, like even just search the lake first. I would love to know their fate. I would advise you though that not to stay out there for too long, just in case the same fate befalls you. It's also freezing cold out there. Make sure you bundle up. You can take one of the boats and take it out, drag it across the ice. I'm sure you're experienced enough to fend for yourselves, but the knucklehead trout are pretty vicious. So if you do try to do some fishing, be prepared for that.
We've had a little experience with knucklehead trout. We've had our share.
Yep.
But
I almost died.
Several times, yeah.
I'm not sending you out completely blind. She gestures you to a map in her office of Lackdinishire and says, "This was the last known location where the fishes were said to have set out." But she kind of points to a section on the map. It's more like on the northeast-ish side of the lake. She says, perhaps search that part of the lake first. And as for a reward, there is something I might be able to offer you.
Okay. Just as a question off the top of my head, you probably heard the stories of the Pale Lady and all that. Do you know roughly on the map where her boat was supposed to have sank?
I don't know where it was sank. That was a long time ago. Before I even arrived here.
That's fair. Other question: what's going to happen to that 500 gold that was technically illicitly gotten via
I've yet to
bribery and
determine.
such?
I have yet to determine that, but I can assure you that it will be put to the good use in making sure the town gets what they need: provisions, protection, safety. It is for them as a town as a whole. It's not for any one person. So we'll go straight towards benefiting East Haven. But yes, you're looking for 4 fishermen. They went missing about just under a 10-day ago. The coastline is hard to sail along because of the ice flows. So savvy anglers prefer it there. There are a few competing fishers from the other lake towns as well, but we just need someone to scout the coastline and to search for them. But yes, you can borrow a boat. One of the anglers in the docks should be able to set it up for you. Drag it across the ice to open water, and then look for our missing Dale folk.
Hmm.
And she says, "Look, now there's no speaker to tell me what I can and can't do. I wasn't originally authorized to offer this as a reward, but rather than getting messy with gold again, I thought I would offer you one of the confiscated items from Dazan. Maybe that'll interest you instead." She places on the table a copper tube that she says it contains a spell scroll, and she places onto the table a grey bag. And Hulla, you've still got Detect Magic up. It's only been 10 minutes since you cast it. There is definitely conjuration magic coming from the bag, and
Okay.
there is evocation coming from the spell scroll.
Ooh.
And she undoes the top of the copper tube and unfurls it. Says they had this on them. Anyone looking at it can roll a Arcana check. This is for the scroll. Yeah, looks good.
Yep, I've got no idea.
How does
Okay,
Dice know?
That's a good question. Well, 607 in Geist, you can recognize there are sort of these depictions of like flames, and large, in like depicted in like a large circle, and you can see the inscriptions for and incantations for a powerful spell. You also recognize the components of, I believe it is sulfur and
Bat guano.
bat guano. You
Oh.
guessed it.
Oh god, this
It's
is
a
a
fireball
scroll.
scroll.
Crap.
As for the bag, that one's going to be a little bit more tricky, so to speak. You can roll if anyone's proficient in Arcana. I'll let them roll for this one.
Ooh, not me.
I am proficient.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah.
And I'll tell you what.
It was almost. It was
I'll say-
almost.
I'll tell you what. If Hulla tells you that it's conjuration, I'll give you advantage.
Okay.
Hey, that's
I'll roll
conjuration.
again.
There you go. If you share that information, there you go.
Still not great.
13.
Better.
Um,
Can I guidance? I will guidance.
You can guidance, yeah.
Let's try.
She
Whoop.
says, "Look, I don't know what this
14.
is, but feel free to play around with it because it seemed like an ordinary bag at first, made of like this grey cloth. But look for yourself." And she opens up the bag. It appears to be empty. She says, "However, reach in." And she says to you,
I'll reach in.
607. Yeah, you can feel there's some sort of like the presence of like small fuzzy objects inside, and
I'll pull one out.
okay, yeah, you pull one out, and it's kind of like shaped like an animal. Roll me a d8. It's shaped like a wolf. How about that? It's shaped like a little wolf, and you can see conjuration magic surrounding the wolf.
Oh, I might know what this is. Ooh.
I wrote it in this chat.
She says, "I don't know what this thing does or is, but look, I'm offering one of these as a reward if you find out anything that happened to these fishermen, and it's yours." Okay? You can probably get us some idea, 607, that these animals, if they're conjuration based, it might be able to actually like turn them into things or summon them. But yeah.
Interesting. Okay.
I think
Well,
this is a good place to wrap up, though, seeming as we've got another quest, and it's already 10:30. But yeah, that way we can start with either this quest or go on to another one if you wish. But yeah, before we end, guys, did you have that question ready in mind, or are you going to save that still?
Well, consider just as a group, are we planning to go out onto the lake? Is that the next goal after we potentially rested once more? I guess head out.
Yeah, I think so. It seems like if that's all right with everybody else, if we're not traumatized too much from the lakes already.
I think we're more capable now than we were.
Mm.
So.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. In that case, I shall ask the question: how do we safely retrieve the treasure from where your ship sunk?
Okay.
Assuming there is treasure there.
She says,
There is only one who knows of the location of that treasure. And her name is Maud Chiselbone.
Okay. You can tell me where they are?
It seems as though you are already heading in her direction.
Ah,
Though
so she's out
you
to the
might
lake
have
somewhere.
you may need to make a bargain with her.
Well, that seems to be what I'm doing at the moment, so...
Old Chiselbone. She's tricksy. You're better off just ripping the answer out of her.
Would that satisfy you if we did?
Oh yes. She must pay. Her crimes are countless.
Right. Well, okay. Well, thank you for that. Are you still sticking around now that you've answered the questions, or do you, like, head off now and then I just have to make good on my side of the deal?
she goes silent for a little while. And you gather that the answer is that she's sticking around, maybe to make sure that she sees the fate of Maud Chiselbone. Yes.
Chiselbone. Okay.
Chiselbone's the one who has the cauldron that makes food for everyone.
Do you want me to add that into quests, guys?
How do you, wait, what? How do you know about that?
Oops. Did I learn that from the other? I might have learned that from the other.
Yep.
Oops.
Yeah.
Never mind.
Yeah.
Sorry, meta.
Scrap that. And I think with that, we shall wrap up tonight's session. Thank you guys.
You can't help me. You can't name somebody Chiselbone and not expect me to remember the name.
Yep.
That's true. You will soon discover what they're all about if you're heading out to the lake. So that'll be fun. So yeah, looking forward to doing that next week. So tune in then.
Yeah. Bye for now.
Bye-bye.